Good morning. Uh, I'm up here a little early for the Pacific time zone, but it's as you can see, it's daybreak at the Kennedy Space Center, and it might be hard to tell from the context here, but they're helping us now. We can see the Artemis II vehicle and Mobile Launcher 1 are back in the launch complex 39B area, launch pad 39B area. We can see you can see one of the this is the old liquid hydrogen old the original liquid hydrogen sphere over here on the east side of the pad perimeter, and you can see a little tiny bit of the incline or the ramp or whatever it is called. It can be referred to multiple ways. It's hard to tell if they're still moving. I think I might have saw a little bit of a flare of water there, so they may have paused for a moment as they approach the incline. The crawler has a jacking, equalization, and leveling system where they need to keep the mobile launcher and the vehicle level all the way up the incline until they reach the pad surface at the apologize. I woke up a little early. If you're watching any of the live streams last night, the rollout was delayed. I think around 4 hours due to high winds, and so over on the NSF NASA spaceflight live stream, we kept ourselves entertained, I guess, looking at some of the other things that were moving around. But they started. Actually, I was going to go take a look. I know they started a few minutes after midnight Eastern time, and so this is definitely good progress. There's 4 hours is 4 hours is a long time, but over a 2 week span, it's still better for them to be able to get out to the pad 4 hours late or thereabouts than having to go the whole, postpone the rollout a whole day. That'll give them a little bit more time. The obviously the move crew will be once they're done. They still have a lot of work to do, but once they're done, they can go off and go to bed, and then the pad crew is going to kick into high gear once they get the vehicle hard down on the pedestals at the pad. So now this is nice because this gives us the context of the pad area, and it looks like they have begun to move again. And so I'm going to I'm going to just I'm going to switch over to just the full screen here eventually, and so I've only got one cup of coffee done, and I need more, but I'll take a break here in a little bit. But I did want to go and see if NASA posted, because that was kind of I was going to try and do a little bit of a once I signed off the stream last night. Okay, so NASA said that the again, I don't know, they don't, they're, I guess, not comfortable using any jargon at all. So they wouldn't even use the phrase first motion, but they're saying that they began the roll at 12:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time today, Friday. And trying to see if there's any other information here. Really doesn't look like it. So we're what? It's about 7:35 a.m. give or take. So they definitely made good time this morning overnight, and So now we're seeing. So this is not. We don't. I don't know that we see this too often in this long range shot. But you can see both, at least to some extent, can see both of the liquid hydrogen spheres. This is the original one, and then this is again somewhat obscured by the slope of the pad incline, the new one. Pardon me, I've got some throat bubbles. But and you can see this is one of the burn stacks, flare stacks that they burn residual hydrogen gas that boils off, and this is one of the lightning towers. This is the water tank. You can see some of the pad lighting. It looks like different types of either stadium lights, or I don't know if they have the floodlights on at this point. They may, but this is not necessarily an operation that requires the pad to be cleared. So they may be able to put on some additional auxiliary lighting as the sun comes up. I would imagine they would want to get those off, but it does look like the crawler is approaching the incline. So distance wise, I think it's really more of a it's kind of in the driveway right now of the pad. So this is not so much of a it doesn't have far to go distance wise, but this requires a lot more of the work of the crawler to keep the mobile launcher and the vehicle level as it rolls up the incline. So it will be pardon me again, I was talking about they have a jacking, equalization, and leveling system, among other things. If you're watching the NSF NASA Spaceflight live stream last night, EJ talked a lot about the crawler transporter. Really interesting stuff, talking about subsystems, how it works. Really interesting. That system will basically raise the I don't know if you would call it the back end, but it'll raise this end of the base of the mobile launcher to keep it level with the other end. And so yeah, you can see how it is gradually making its way, and it's getting very close, if not. I mean, you can see that the pad incline has the slope has already begun over here. So it looks like they're basically headed up the slope, and so so it's I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what. I guess I can. I was looking at I was just looking at the one of the weather apps to get an idea yesterday when I was trying to schedule this about when daybreak would be. And I think it said something along the lines of just using the Orlando airport. It's going to be a little bit sunrise is going to be a little bit later there because it's a little farther west, but that's probably around. It was a little while ago, but obviously you also have twilight, and so if you've been following the either anybody's live stream, either this is the NASA live stream or the some of the other news organizations that are following this. Hopefully this does not get blown out too much, but we are seeing we are seeing a camera operator. So hopefully they will adjust the lighting here as the sun comes up. Let's see. So yeah. So what I'm. I guess I'll sort of make a real time call and see if anybody's interested. So I can hang around intermittently. So for the time being, I can hang around for probably the next couple of hours, and then I'll have to take a break. But I can certainly come back if people are interested and take questions and just leave the picture up for a while. That's somewhere around 9:30 a.m. Eastern. But what I'm going to do here is, so there's a question about. I'll take a question since there is one, and then go get some coffee. So I think there, in terms of realistic use cases for gateway outside of cislunar space, I think you could probably, given that some of the modules are have not been built yet and are still in design phase, you could redesign them. I think we've talked about this a little bit before. I think that's an exercise in trying to minimize cost, and so I think that the big picture question there is, and you'll see the same thing with the other hardware elements that are being canceled, like the second mobile launcher. Is it cost effective to modify that, or is it more cost effective to purpose design a new hardware? And I think it remains to be seen. I guess I would be a little skeptical about modifying the gateway elements, especially if they're in design. There's obviously other factors at play here, like obviously politics, whether they're going to give the European Space Agency, which is making the third and fourth gateway elements, what they're going to barter or negotiate with NASA. Again, my understanding is that again, the reason that I've been pointing out that the way that NASA is not talking about gateway is a red flag, and the reason we're hearing at least rumors that that there's negotiations going on. And again, one of the things we know going back a year is that the administration had proposed canceling gateway a year ago, and so I don't know that we ever saw them disavow any of their policy from last year. So I would imagine that they still have no policy use for a lunar space station in that lunar orbit. And I think again, does it? I'm not sure where it would use. I mean, you could certainly expand the question to say, is there any place that you could launch the initial two elements, since those are closer to being completed, that would be high enough value to, that would provide enough benefits to offset the costs, since this is something that would have to fly for, could end up flying. Certainly was designed to fly for up to 15 years. And so that's it's sort of the big picture question is what's the new plan, does gateway fit into it? And the thing is if the new plan, if we just talk about the moon base, they're going to need a lot of money for that. And again, if you just look at the money in the gateway from the big beautiful bill last year, which is already appropriated. So again, I was using the analogy, that money is already. Whoops! It's time to wake up. That money was already deposited in a bank account, and so NASA can now cut checks from that, or they can withdraw money from Gateway for the next, I think it was 3 fiscal years for that. But I could certainly see them, if it's within the law, to just use that money for Moonbase as much as they can. So we'll see what happens with that. I mean, you can certainly make arguments for different types of use of those modules. You could probably even continue to make the arguments that they were making for that specific gateway orbit, that near rectilinear halo orbit. But I just, again, this administration, and just like some of the previous administrations or administrators, have a much clearer vision about what they want to do. They've just not completely articulated all of the details and how they're going to make that work. So we know the outlines of their plan, which is moon base, commercial lunar transportation, developing new propulsion technology beyond the regular these chemical rockets to try to shorten the transit time to Mars, and obviously beginning to the goal being to eventually send people to Mars. So at least on an expeditionary basis. Again, I think now if you're looking farther down the road, the question is whether NASA would be involved in the types of goals that SpaceX has, where they're talking about colonization. That might be beyond the scope of or beyond the charter of NASA or the government. But in terms of pathfinding for the technologies and for all of the life support that you would need to have for that type of a trip, you could see that you can certainly see people who have been arguing for that for a long time. And I think the question is just, again, as we're talking about for some of the other technologies that are still being worked on here, the maturity of those technologies and how much money is required to not only how much money is required to develop those technologies, but how much money, in this case, whoever's paying for it, which would be the government, is willing to spend on that technology. So you have, so as an example, SpaceX is working on the transportation technology, and I'm sure that they're also working on life support technology just for the trip out there. But I don't know, we see much more of an emphasis on transportation, and obviously on even more of the fundamentals, the foundational things, like, again, rapid reuse of the transportation systems, rapid launch, rapid reuse, etc. And so the question is that enough to go to Mars with people? You can certainly send equipment out there, and it will have a better chance of surviving for some level of time. But I'm a little more skeptical that we have the technology ready to go to Mars sooner than later. But I think the argument that the administration would make is, let's start doing that. Let's go down that road, and they want to. So this is the type of infrastructure that I'm not sure. Well, they certainly, from, if you look at last year's budget, they want to go faster than this, and so that's this technology is out of favor, and so it's just going to be interesting to see, because again, we're sort of, you have all of these conflicting sort of cross currents going on. The government's paying for this; it doesn't fly very often, but then the flip side of it is the commercial technology is not ready, and the government isn't paying for that to as high of a degree, because it's more expensive than this. It's just, again, we have this funny, we have this. It's an interesting and kind of a unique situation where we have people who are investing significantly more money in research and development for new technology than the government is. And so in a way, you can essentially spin this a bunch of different ways, but you can say this system and the performance that we've seen is kind of the limit to what government can do in this time frame. and so it's not capable of doing, or, well, that's not a good way of putting it. The government has certainly been unwilling to make the level of commitment it made that one time for Apollo. And so this is more of an example of the type of system and characteristics and operational characteristics that you see for, again, as I've said before, you look at this and it's a lot of infrastructure, but at the same time, it's minimal infrastructure. It's not sized to fly this vehicle more than maybe once a year, and that's you get this weird. You have this weird situation where they want to fly a couple of times a year, but they're not willing to spend the money to do that. And so they're perfectly happy, as we see them, I think, signaling Congress and the White House, if somebody else is willing to pay that money, they're willing to stand aside. It seems a lot more clear now that they're willing to allow somebody else to do it for them, because then they don't have to pay for it. So, okay, that might be the last. Okay. So we've switched back to what I would take to be the observation gantry view. This is better in the sense that it's closer to the location. So we were looking from, actually that may have been from the operational support building too, because it has a high balcony there. But that was in the vehicle assembly building area, looking, maybe 4 miles off in the distance. And now this is the observation gantry. I think it's maybe half that distance, maybe a little more than half, not more than half, but it's certainly closer anyway. And so you can see we're looking from south to north, more or less. And you can see the 3 lightning towers. You can see a little bit of the catenary wires. They're a little bit up here. So the tips of the lightning towers are strung together. That gives a lightning discharge a ground path to follow, as opposed to going and hitting the vehicle, for instance. And you can see the water tower again. So we're watching the vehicle roll up the incline. Let me see if let's see if I can do. Let me kick out a couple questions, or try to, and then I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'll be back in a couple minutes after that. But first, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, I think, if I recall correctly, the last two the last two news conferences, the second to last was the announcement about the new Artemis plan, and that's that was very much of a NASA leadership, well above Charlie Black, the launch directors, in the management chain, so to speak. So that was the NASA administrator, which is an appointed position, a political appointee. The associate administrator, which is the number one civil servant position at the agency, and then you had Dr. Lori Glaze, and I think I've conflated her position just because the documentation on that has shifted back and forth. But she is apparently the acting head of the entire Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, and so that encompasses all of the programs and more. That so you're looking, basically this picture shows you exploration ground systems, which is the Kennedy Space Center infrastructure, the mobile launcher, the crawler, all of the ground infrastructure, and then you have Orion up at the top of the rocket, that program, and then obviously SLS. Those are 3 separate programs, but they're all managed by the Exploration Directorate, and the Exploration Directorate is what the funding goes to. So that was a NASA leadership news conference, and then this last news conference was after the flight readiness review for Artemis II, and that again was the agency level flight readiness review. That's again where the leadership of the agency reviews all of the work that's being done by all of the different elements. And so you also have things like the Deep Space Network, the military, so the different services in the Department of War that are assisting in the recovery of the Orion spacecraft and the crew after the mission. Whether that's a hopefully not an early end to the mission, but they will recover the crew and the spacecraft wherever they land. So things like that. And so that's the reason that they weren't there. When we start talking about launch of this vehicle again specifically, then I would expect a representative from the launch team to participate. I would imagine we will see her. We might not see her at a countdown status briefing. We might see a NASA test director, for instance, but we may see her. There could be a couple of pre-launch news conferences, and then there would be a post-launch news conference. I don't. Again, I'm planning to be. I'm not sure if I will catch all of those. I certainly will not catch the post-launch news conference because I'll be in Houston by that point. Or at least that's what I'm hoping. But that's why those two news conferences were. I think under different circumstances, you could have seen the Artemis, the sort of the new plan for Artemis could have been announced from Washington, D.C., for instance. It's just they're spending a lot of time at Kennedy Space Center because this mission is still being, this campaign is still underway. So then let's see. You know what? Let me come back to the question about how long does it take to connect the rocket for fueling and all the hookups. I'm just looking to see if there's a quick question. Otherwise, I'm going to get. Okay, well, let me do that then. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take I'm going to step away from the mic for a couple of minutes to get some more coffee, and then I'll come back to the question about the pad, what they need to do with the pad, and then the question about the Centaur 5, and then also the ESA question after that. So I'll be right back. Oops, that's not. Is that right? Let me do it this. Okay, let's see. So what they're going to be doing, I guess I can try to. Let me see if I can find one of these older presentations, somewhat older presentations. Of course, it does that to the screen. All right. Anyway, just for a moment or two. So, what they're going to be doing is, I'm going to probably end up having to pull some of these things around because it would be nice to have the picture up here too. Sorry, talking to myself. So, what they're going to be doing, what they're doing right now is they're headed up the incline. Pardon me. They'll get to the pad surface. They'll lower the mobile launcher down onto the pedestals of the pad, that will be hard down at some point. Hopefully in the next, maybe 2 or 3 hours. It takes a while to position. There is a sort of fine positioning they need to do of that, and then they have to connect all of the different systems that are all of the services that the pad provides to the mobile launcher. So we talked about that a little bit last night over in the NSF live stream. Things like certainly pneumatics. So they need to provide air conditioning. So you need to keep the volumes purged, and those are actually being purged, kept environmentally controlled. In particular this time of the year, humidity. A lot of the equipment doesn't like being real humid over a long period of time, and especially things like rocket engine hardware does not like corrosion. So they will keep those areas purged with just dry air. And then it's also air conditioned for people who have to work in areas that are being purged. Now out at the pad, the vehicle is closed, so they aren't necessarily going inside those volumes, but they will keep those purged just with air for safety reasons. When we get to tanking day, to launch day in this case, those will be purged with an inert gas, nitrogen. But they need to hook up that system. There are the fluid systems, so the water, the pre-lift off water, the fire extinguisher system water is going to be supplied by the pad. The obviously the propellants. And I don't know if you remember, but in that period between the two wet dress rehearsals, they did that liquid hydrogen integrity test, and they had the issue with a filter blockage. And what one of the things that they have to do is when they connect the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen lines to the mobile launcher from the pad, they then have to condition those lines to get any humidity or anything, in particular humidity, out of the lines, because at cryogenic temperatures, any moisture, like any water vapor, is going to turn to ice, and so that can cause what we saw in that integrity test. That would not work for a launch attempt. It obstructed the flow of liquid hydrogen into the core stage. And so things like that. So they'll do conditioning of the lines and sampling of the humidity of the lines after they get them connected up. Make sure that they are in they meet the criteria for that. There's obviously other things like electricity, networking. Again, you might call that electricity as well. Communications lines. Things like that need to be connected up. There's a long series of those that need to be connected up. Now, while they're doing those line connections, they will also hook up the emergency egress system, the slide wire baskets. The lines there's 4 of them. They'll be run from the terminus area up to the 274 foot level, which is where access to Orion is. And then they'll run the baskets up there and do some testing. I still have the countdown demonstration test part 2 on there, which is just an exercise where the flight crew will do a walk down of those systems on the mobile launcher at the pad. I don't know that I don't think they had they never did quite get an opportunity to do that. I imagine that under the circumstances, it would not be surprising that they do that after they fly down to the Cape for the launch. They're supposed to be there for about 5 days or so before the launch. So that should be enough time to do that. It's not a full blown dry dress rehearsal. It would just be a walk down, and they've done several dress rehearsals, and they've done a full dry dress rehearsal inside the vehicle back in December. They'll move these. They'll move the. I have to go do this to goose the. I have to goose the video every once in a while, but they'll move the engine and booster service platforms are actually riding with the mobile launcher to the pad. When they get hard down, they will eventually reposition those to launch position. That's not an initial thing that they'll do, but that will be a sign somewhere in the next couple of weeks that they're continuing to progress towards launch. And you can see one of the side flame deflectors and extensible column train. There's 2 of them. Those will eventually also be moved into launch position underneath the mobile launcher base. So we'll see all of that work done over the next couple of weeks, and then if they're going to make an attempt on April 1st, the launch countdown itself is 2 days long. They'll need to start that countdown on March 30th. So that's only 10 days away from now. So I'll jump over the Centaur question for a minute. I believe that there's essentially a barter agreement between the European Space Agency and NASA where they are the ESM is being the European Service Module for Orion is being supplied to the Orion program as barter for a number of seats on Artemis missions. I think they'd announced that a German astronaut would be named for the first European flight. Now, I believe when they announced that, they were talking, I don't know if they were talking about the first lunar landing mission or just whenever that seat becomes available. So that's, but I believe that's the case. Now, with this change in plans, if Orion were to continue as a commercial venture, for instance, again, I think that's still somewhat of an if. I think we would probably see that would become more of a commercial agreement where Airbus, who's the prime contractor for the ESM, would be compensated financially by Lockheed Martin, that would be the prime contractor for Orion. They would need to work out different compensation than a barter agreement, I believe. So, so we're looking at just again to recap, the rollout started about a little more than 4 hours late due to high winds. They had a front pass through the area, I think maybe midday yesterday on Thursday, and it took longer for the winds to die down within limits than they were, I guess, hoping. So they ended up starting the roll around 12:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning, and now we're seeing them roll up the ramp. You can see now because we've got this shot. You can see now how the crawler is keeping the base of the mobile launcher level even as it rolls up the ramp. And so it looks like, they're definitely making progress. It's maybe a little bit harder to tell because of your depth perception here is a little bit what do you call it? Compromised. It's harder for us to get a sense of distance here because we're looking straight, almost straight through to the pad itself. So So the question about the Centaur 5, I don't think the Centaur 5 will get would it won't, because it wouldn't provide enough payload performance. What For low lunar orbit, what Centaur 5 will give them more would, I guess it's still sort of a question. So we saw that, we saw the sole source, what we saw, the solicitation, or the let me see if I can quickly bring that up. Of course it's going to kill the picture again. I have to figure that out at some point, but I lost. Let me see if I can pull that up relatively quickly. And it looks like a nope, that's the wrong one. So we'll just go to the, let's just go to the home page. So this is, it is a justification for sole sourcing this new upper stage contract to United Launch Alliance for a specific upper stage, the Vulcan Centaur 5. So, but the point is that that contract has not been let yet. It hasn't. They have not signed a contract or officially done that yet. And I think in that document they talked about an October timeframe for that, which would officially put it in fiscal year 2027. They do have enough money and authority to start taking a look at that. But it's certainly closer to a done deal, I think, but I think there are so many uncertainties in what's going on right now. I don't know that I would put that necessarily at 100%. And we saw that story yesterday about considering using Starship to take Orion out to low lunar orbit. And if you follow that line of reasoning, you basically then would not need an upper stage for SLS to just take Orion to low Earth orbit. And so you can see how that would conceptually marginalize the rocket. At that point, now you're back to an Ares 1 crew launch vehicle. You need something that has a better performance than Ares 1, but you need something that can put Orion that just needs to put Orion in low Earth orbit. So if you don't need an upper stage, why would you continue with the Centaur contract if you were going to go down that road? So there are questions that still need to be clarified about what's the long-term future for SLS, if any. Are they going to fly? Are they going to retire after Artemis 5, or are they going to do something longer term? And so would you do that on a long-term basis? And so would you do that where you don't need an upper stage, or would you start a parallel program or let a contract in a narrow sense to find a launcher that can put Orion in low Earth orbit? And again, as we see, considering that the administration wanted to cancel all of this only a year ago, and we haven't seen them disavow that, it's hard not to consider that as a possibility that they may be looking to again cancel SLS sooner than later. So we'll have to see how that goes. But if we take a step back from that and say, okay, they're going to use an upper stage, they're going to send Orion to the moon. Centaur will only send Orion on a translunar injection trajectory, but then it has no place to fly additional propellant for Orion. That's what you would need. Once Orion gets to the moon, it will need to do a series of burns. So again, if we go back to the Bloomberg article, the proposal there was that Starship would do that translunar injection burn, and then it would do, again, Apollo style, it would do a lunar orbit insertion burn. And insert that mated vehicle into a low lunar orbit. So Starship, in theory, is able to do that, but Orion still would not have enough propellant to do that on its own. So that's what Centaur would provide above and beyond the ICPS capability is, again, some of the things that the exploration upper stage was advertised to be able to do. It's improves launch availability, so you can launch, instead of being able to launch about half of the days in a lunar month from with ICPS, you might with Centaur 5 be able to launch purely from a performance standpoint every day, and that would be a huge win. And then I think, again, they were talking about with exploration upper stage the ability that you would have 2 opportunities every day to launch to the moon. Again, you would only be able to pick one from an operational standpoint. But again, and this is actually nice because this gives us a little bit of a view about how far they are up the ramp. They're getting very close to the pad surface. So again, we will see what it may take a long time. So I would not be surprised, unfortunately, that we're going to be in this. This isn't a period of uncertainty. We sort of have a permanence of uncertainty, sadly. I will not be surprised if we don't have clarity even by the end of this year about what's going to happen, for instance, in 2028, unfortunately. But well, we will have to see, because the problem is that one of the things that the Bloomberg article, again, I wasn't able to completely read it because it's behind a paywall, but again, what people are talking about out of the Bloomberg article is this possible marginalization of SLS. So now you're not just marginalizing it as a crew launcher, or maybe it's self-marginalized as a crew launcher, an Orion launcher, because of its availability to launch multiple times a year. But now you're marginalizing it to being a low Earth orbit launcher of Orion. So you don't need it even to send. You don't even need it to send Orion to the moon. It's just, it so happens to be the only rocket that is certified to launch a crew-rated, lunar-rated spacecraft. So the question, though, then is, there's 2 of them. Number one, is there another rocket that can do this? And then underneath that, when? Maybe that's the better way to put it. So the 2 questions are, when will another rocket be available to launch Orion to low Earth orbit? I'm not sure if we're going to see that in this presidential administration. And then number 2, when is Starship going to be ready to take Orion to the moon? And that I think is the bigger question, because you don't need another rocket. You could use SLS even if it's over designed for a low Earth orbit. But we don't know. So that works for Artemis 4 and possibly even for Artemis 5. But we don't know when a lunar lander is going to be ready, either to rendezvous and dock with Orion in lunar orbit, or to take Orion to the moon. So those are all highly uncertain, at least from the public's point of view. And so those are still big questions. And again, as we see these stories, again, I would say that was unfortunately one of the big takeaways. It maybe wasn't within the Inspector General Office's charter to report on the status of lunar lander development with either SpaceX and Starship, or with Blue Origin and Blue Moon. But that report did not really detail their current status or their future schedule, and those remain huge question marks just because they don't talk about them. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're late. But they don't talk about the schedules or the status at all, and so that's not a problem because we're not involved in it. But it's given the past history, you can say the same thing about them that you'd say about Exploration Upper Stage or any of these other elements. They've been consistently late, and so therefore it makes what it raises the question and highlights the question: are they still late? So that's that remains to be addressed, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's going to be addressed for the lunar landers. We're going to essentially find out, unless something changes, we're going to find out basically in hindsight. So we will see again. We will see all of these programs miss the September 2026 lunar landing date. That will be in 6 months, and everybody will miss that date. We will probably see them miss the mid 2027 lunar landing date, but we will see whether they can support some kind of Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test in mid 2027 or not. But I don't know if we're going to get periodic updates about how everybody's doing, because we have not so far. Let's see. So I at least addressed, again, I don't know that these are necessarily definitive answers about anything. We were sort of in that, but yeah, somebody's talking about getting a sense of the crawler's capabilities here to keep the mobile launcher and the vehicle level as it goes up the incline, and they're still transitioning from the slope to the pad surface, but they have to constantly make adjustments as they do that, and then obviously as they get to the pad surface is relatively level, but they're not quite there yet, or at least not all the way there yet. Steven's asking about the loads, the movement that the rocket sees as they go up the incline. That's a good question, I think. But I guess we don't know, because it's still probably relatively windy. It doesn't look that bad though. I'm just looking at the trees and the sort of the scrub brush in the foreground and the background don't look to be moving around that much, but you have the wind field, you have the movement of the crawler. It's not moving that fast, but it's also not necessarily that smooth of a ride. But again, what they talked, one of the things when they were asked at the post-flight readiness review news conference about the hydrogen seals, was that John Honeycutt, who's now the chairman of the mission management team for Artemis II, but who was the SLS program manager for a long time, he didn't talk about those loads again. I think when they talked about that before, when we saw the first leak back on February 2nd in that wet dress rehearsal, it's one of those things that they were talking about as a possible contributing factor. And I think the way that Amit Shetri talked about it at the time was it's harder for them to model the loads from the rollout. They tried to do that during Artemis I to get some data on, trying essentially doing like a quick stop and how much, to try and better anchor their models for that. And so they weren't sure how to model that in terms of forces on the seals. But what they talked about, what John Honeycutt talked about, I'm not even sure if it was a week and a half ago or somewhere around there. It wasn't that long ago. It might have been last week. Everything's kind of bleeding together at this point. But he talked about the two things he talked about were they need to be more picky, essentially, about the Teflon seals themselves when they install them. So if there are any imperfections at all in them, they would just throw those out, and to use something that again has little or no obvious imperfections. But then the other thing that he sort of emphasized was they're working on a fault tree. The theory right now is that the seals can kind of can slump to some extent if they're installed for months and months and months. And so the original seals for the vehicle were for the liquid hydrogen tail service mast umbilical. Those plates were mated way back in the May 2025 timeframe, and so they sat like that, hooked up, for 9 to 10 months, and so they think that it's possible that contributes, that's a stronger contributing factor to the leak now. And so they just replaced those seals more than a month ago, but not much more, maybe 5-6 weeks ago. And now we're seeing them complete a round trip from the pad to the VAB and back. So we will see now when they tank the vehicle next. And again, it sounds like the plan now is that the next time that they fuel the vehicle will be for a launch attempt, that they will it will essentially become an experiment as to whether how much of a factor the rollout is. It probably doesn't definitively rule out some of the legs of the fault tree, although again, to me, it would be an interesting thing to talk about and ask people about, is what that will tell them depending on the result. I think obviously if they see different behavior from the seals, whether that's just completely out of limits or whether it's just more, is one thing that may not be, perhaps that would be less definitive perhaps. But then if they see it leak, then that would probably be more definitive in the negative way. If they see the same types of numbers, that would be a positive, in terms of it would give them more evidence suggesting that they need to mate the plates and the seals for that later in the pad flow, or just repeat it, because they have to go through a test and checkout of the vehicle, and there are other services that pass through that umbilical plate. So it may be something where, as they've got more operational experience and are able to do that more quickly, that they can budget time in the test and checkout, the ITCO, integrated test and checkout work in the vehicle assembly building, to repeat it closer to rollout for launch. So, but they still would want to do a full-blown, full SLS rocket test and checkout. And then when Orion's stacked on it, then they do this, what's called an integrated interface verification test. And so they are going to exercise the services there, but they don't test the seals until they don't test the liquid hydrogen seals, obviously, until they begin the tanking process for the first time. And that could be for a range of, any kind of tanking test or for a launch attempt. So, but yeah, long-winded, but that's the whole point of the channel, is going down rabbit holes, going into detail. But it's just, the intent is not to conduct a liquid hydrogen seal experiment on April 1st. The intent is to launch Artemis II. So they'll get something for free, but they would much rather, as they said in a couple of other things they said in the news conference. Number one, the seals that they installed at the pad, they saw the best performance they ever saw. It's not that many vehicles, but they've replaced those seals multiple times. This was this they saw the lowest hydrogen concentrations during the second wet dress rehearsal with these seals. So they think not only are they good seals, but they have a really good connection. And we'll see what happens with the rollouts. But they didn't want to mess with that because they've got a very tight connection right now with the reconfig that they did at the pad last time. And then number two, as Dr. Glaze said, if the vehicle if they fuel the vehicle on April 1st and there are no leaks, why not let the crew get on board and fly the mission on that day? So they don't want to get into it. They don't want to be in a position where they repeat the second wet dress rehearsal. They accomplished all the test objectives there. There again, it's sort of a cost benefit. Their judgment is that there's not as much benefit in doing another full wet dress rehearsal and then just having to detank the vehicle and then come back again. And you could have something that you could have something break during any one of these tankings that you know how to repair, but it's still, you're going to lose time. And as you know, again, as we see, they only have 6 days, April 1st through April 6th to launch, and then they would have to wait another 3.5 weeks to try again. So this is one of those things where you're sort of trading the different risks of schedule risk versus the risk that you might have to repair the hydrogen seals again. So this is the kind of thing they're going to go through. But again, now you can see there's at least more of a sense of urgency because of this new schedule for the Artemis missions, where they've got to launch 4 of these vehicles in less than 3 years. Or you could just look at Artemis 2, 3, and 4. They will have needed to have launched Artemis 4 by this time in 2028. So that's 3 vehicles in not much more than 2 years or less than 2 years. Again, I think at this point, again, you're slicing and dicing wordage to call right now early 2026. I guess you can still get away with it for a little while longer, but it's getting harder and harder to call this early 2026. And it would be the same thing if if Artemis 4 hasn't flown by April of 2028. I'm not sure. I'm sure you can try and do it, but it gets a little harder to make that argument. And if the later that Artemis 4 flies in 2028, the less chance you have of flying Artemis 5 by the end of the year. So. I think it's still so. Yeah, the one of the follow up questions are about the hydrogen seals. It was a it I think it is still a consideration, or this is the problem, air quotes, about trying to have that type of discussion in a news conference that's limited completely to an hour. So you could spend a long time talking about the history of this and trying to understand the leak, what's happened, the history of the leaks with the systems. So one of those questions in there would be, have you ruled out rollout? Probably not, that they have not completely ruled out that on the fault tree. It's just that they think there are stronger there are stronger candidates for what's causing, what's the root cause of this. So they will get that test out of this because they had again, the best seals they've had so far were the seals that they installed ahead of the second wet dress rehearsal a month ago, and so they're just now completing 2 rolls, roll from the pad to the VAB and now back. And so that will at least test that hypothesis. But again, as I was saying, they're not thinking of it that way. They're thinking of it as They think they can tank the vehicle. They think they can launch the vehicle on the next tanking. They want and they have a lot of missions to fly now in the next 3 years or 4 or 2 years or 3 years. So they want to get on with it. So that's so yeah. There's the question about the SpaceX Starship schedule. Again, I'd say we just don't know. So the only thing we're seeing that first version 3 launch. They wanted to launch that by the end of the first quarter. We're not quite there yet. Where the first quarter will end in about a week and a half. But I mean, if they get close to it, then in theory they have some sort of a schedule that can make that date. But the problem is, again, we have almost no insight into their schedule and their plans. And so again, that going back to that Bloomberg article, that was sort of my initial take on it. I mean, I'd heard about this proposal a little bit a couple of months ago, actually more than a couple of months ago, back around New Year's. But the these were my understanding is that this proposal that they're talking about flying Orion, using Starship to fly Orion from the Earth to the moon rather than wait for it in lunar orbit for 2 or 3 months and then Orion come and find it and dock with it, that's an acceleration of their schedule. And so that's kind of what we're trying to put together, which is, how is that? So thinking one of the guesses would be that doing it that way would require maybe significantly fewer number of refillings of the lunar Starship in Earth orbit before it would go out there, because now you don't have the issue in this early phases of development of the entire Starship system is that they don't have the capability necessarily to extend their supply chains all the way out to the moon. So once Starship leaves Earth, it almost becomes not impossible, but close. It loses the capability to be refueled after that. And so again, that was not spelled out. And again, to be fair, the reporters for Bloomberg are reporting what they can. This is what they're getting. We've still never heard NASA talk about the acceleration approaches that the companies are providing, or from the companies themselves. So again, as I say, this unfortunately is a little bit of a demonstration of being somewhat in the dark about what's going on with the lunar lander programs, or I guess really a lot in the dark about that. So it's really hard to say. Everybody, not just the lunar landers, is behind schedule, and has consistently missed dates. What's difficult to tell, and it varies from program to program, is how are they turning a corner? Are they improving? Are they catching up? It's hard to tell, but it's really hard to tell for the lunar landers because they're secret programs. They're private products. They're not required to disclose much of anything to the public. And so unfortunately, we know basically we're only finding out in hindsight about things that we know they're late for earlier dates, but we don't know if they're late for the current dates. So we're still basically waiting for NASA, and hopefully we will start to get not just one update, but periodic updates. I mean, again, to me, they're operating on frequent updates, I would say, within the program, because they have to respond to this programmatic issue or that. But I mean, even if we were to get, I would say, quarterly updates, and that would only be 4 times a year, would be significantly more than we're getting right now, and would be great, but would in a way almost be not enough depending on what's going on. If we see Starship the launch cadence for Starship start to increase and see test objectives, that will help. And I think that's probably what everybody on the inside is hoping, is that some of these flight tests will make progress self-evident. So far, that has not been the case, because the foundational capabilities of the Starship system in terms of rapid launch, rapid reuse they're fundamental to the system, but they're not necessarily fundamental to a lunar landing, at least conceptually. So we've seen them make significant progress towards rapid recovering the stages, and then that's the first half of of recovery and reuse. They are making progress on that. It's just that progress has not given us any insight into the progress of the lunar lander. So that's kind of where we are. And so we have a different set of reasons for Blue Origin, but again, the same sort of lack of disclosure about what's going on, and the lack of periodic disclosure of what's going on. So yeah, I mean, and that's, I see. So I'm slowly catching up, or I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm going to catch up to chat, but yeah, I mean, that's that's kind of that's the sort of general question. And you can again, it's not fair to completely single out the lunar lander programs. It's just that we don't have we have less access and less. They're just less. There's just less information about progress over a long period of time, and so we have some level of access. Although again, I think unfortunately this is just because it is much more cost effective to go with private programs. Reporting of what's going on is going to move towards trying to report on the SpaceX's and the Blue Origins than on this type of a system. It's getting harder to report on this system. It's very hard to report on the other systems because they have no obligations to disclose what's going on. So then there was a question about, could Starship launch Orion uncrewed and then obviously you'd have to find some place to hypothetically, let's say you could dock Orion to the International Space Station, and then have a Dragon crew go up there, and a Dragon take a crew up there and then transfer to Orion and then go out there. The thing about Starship is they don't have a multiple docking port version of Starship, as far as I know. So you would have to find some place like Gateway was designed, except in lunar orbit, for all of those vehicles to dock to make that exchange. So again, the ISS would be, again, conceptually would make sense, but it doesn't have that many docking ports either. So the question is, so I am kind of catching up, but the question is China's approach at least to the first lunar landings. We don't know whether the systems that they're developing are sustainable versions of the systems. It's possible, again, similar to what we're starting to see with these acceleration approaches, or at least rumors, is that they're doing some expedited kind of one-off designs, and then they'll transition back as they in parallel design or develop their sustainable versions. China may be doing the same thing, where they have It's similar to the Apollo system in that it's all based on storable propellant as opposed to cryogenic propellant. You don't have the same kind of boil off losses that you do with cryogenic without doing anything about them. But the I don't actually, well, hopefully we would get a it would be nice to get a side view here for a few minutes just to get a sense of how close they are to as Dave's saying, it looks like they've reached the pad surface, but they then still have a distance to go. And this is kind of like when they were coming out of the VAB last night. As you get closer to your stop resting place, so to speak, they're going to go slower and slower as they need to position the mobile launcher mount points over the pedestals. So they will be going into a slower movement if they haven't already. It's hard to tell if they've reached that point yet, though. But they're obviously making they're getting closer to that as we talk about the sort of big picture. And so the difference between, pardon me, it's in a way it makes what Apollo did more impressive in some ways. It also it may be less obvious, but it also highlights the higher level of risk. So thank you for doing that. But so we can see here, it does look like the crawler has reached the pad surface, but they still have a ways to go, and it's possible that they have paused for the moment. Well, maybe not. It's not going, it's not going fast to begin with, but they do still have a ways to go before they get into a position where they're ready to start aligning the base of the mobile launcher with the pedestals, and then get to the point where they will then use that jacking, equalization, and leveling system to lower the base down onto the pedestal. So we're still a little ways away from that. And again, you have to have you start to have to position personnel to be there and to have eyes right on those, so when they get ready. So they may not even be ready to do that yet. So there may be some crew coordination here that they need to do as well. But they may also be also stopping to allow the hydraulics. I think it's a hydraulic system. This would be a good question for EJ. But that jacking, equalization, and leveling system, that they'll use the jacking part of that to lower the base down when they get there. They're still not there yet, but this does give you a little bit better idea about how much farther they need to go in the roll. So this would be one of those things where, again, if you're picky, I guess, or nosy or whatever, or just interested in the sort of severe trivia of this shows you that the Artemis II vehicle is at launch pad 39B. I don't know whether you can say but is it on the pad? Is it hard down at the pad? No, but it is at the pad. It's at the pad surface, but it's not actually, they're not done with the roll. So that's, again, another way to sort of thinly slice this, is they're at the pad, but they're not done with the roll yet. And that's really not till hard down. And so what'll happen is they'll position the mobile launcher over the pedestals. They'll lower it down onto the pedestals. And once the load, all of the weight is transferred to the pedestals, the crawler will completely lower down, and they will then drive just the crawler down the pad surface, and they will probably roll outside the pad gate and then stay there for, a handful of days. Once they're sure they're not needed again, they'll then reposition the crawler back out towards the observation gantry up by the pad or the crawlerway split between Launchpad 39A and 39B, or really at this point between Launch Complex 39A, which has multiple pads, and Launchpad 39B. But anyway, that's something that we'll be looking for here. Appreciate the super chats, TJ. I should probably do this. I don't do as good a job as the NSF folks. So let's see. IFL Discovery 8500. Thanks for the £5, and then TJ Cooney, thanks for the $5. I think that's it, but that's all right. Again, like I said, I fortunately only have to support, for the most part, travel costs. So this will help in terms of. Unfortunately, I don't think I can use this money to speed up the TSA lines that we may run into here in the next couple of weeks. That's kind of, I guess, up to Congress and the White House, but I do appreciate it, and it does help for that. Whereas again, for the larger news organizations, they have a big family that needs TLC, so to speak. So. Okay, so Dave's giving us that's a good update. So there's that's something else that's used here. So they use a laser system, a laser pointing system, alignment system when they get to the point where they're lining the mobile launcher base up to the pedestals, and so they would have. I'm not sure if they would use it when they started the roll, because it's been sitting on the pedestals. But when they lower it down, it needs to be positioned precisely. And so what Dave's saying is that they need to change out a laser receiver on the mobile launcher. And so I guess we'll need to see one of those cherry picker trucks, like a JLG is the company. I think there are other companies that have those lift vehicles, but like a cherry picker bucket lift that will allow personnel to get up there to replace that receiver. So somebody is asking about somebody who worked on Exploration Upper Stage. I can understand that being a gut punch, and that being it's tough. I think that but that is, I think, a standing question is unfortunately we just I'm not sure we're ever going to find out why things took so long. I can't remember if we were talking about this in the members live stream, or if this was in the previous public live stream, but yeah, it's tough because I haven't had a chance to visit New Orleans. I haven't, but I was able to visit more frequently earlier in the decade. And all the folks that I met with Boeing, all the folks on the floor, even the sort of managers above them, all really interesting people, all really nice, all willing to talk technical, talk production, assembly, and show me around, and just all seem like decent folks, and they all wanted to get this get that done, and so it's always been an interesting question about what happened. I don't think it was any one thing, but I was it yesterday in the pre-rollout stream yesterday, and it also reminds me that I thought I saw them rolling at the end of my stream yesterday, but obviously that was incorrect. But I was talking about, and I'm watching some of these sports shows talking about either title pie or blame pie. But if you were to slice a pie up into whose who's to blame for why these systems have taken so long. I don't think there's one. I don't think you give that to any one party, so to speak. But I think that's it's too bad, because it would be a useful capability to have. But I mean, again, we've seen what's happened is that the vehicle, this rocket is we're seeing it become more, again, perhaps self-marginalized. It went from being somewhat of a general purpose rocket, or it was advertised or promoted as more of a general purpose rocket, that it could be used for Orion and non-Orion payloads. But somewhere around the beginning of this decade, they made the choice to for it to become more of just purely an Orion. You could fly Orion with a co-manifested payload, and we haven't seen a cargo. We've seen lots of concepts, but we just haven't seen any follow through on those. And again, the issues with the production go back to the end of the last decade with core stage production. And so I think as we've seen in particular SpaceX, certainly, which has been the big disruptor for the industry, as they have demonstrated the competency to launch for regular rapid launch, and perhaps more importantly, the willingness to spend more money than the government on what they're doing. And then we've seen Blue Origin, I think, has also essentially stepped up to the plate to do that. It just, if you have somebody who's willing to pay that money, especially in this fiscal environment that we've been in for a long time, I think we're seeing Congress now being convinced that they, if somebody else is willing to pay for it, they're now willing to let go of a national capability, because it does cost a lot of money. And I think, I think there's an argument that you can make, a strong argument that you can make, that they did not invest in that capability in an optimal way. If you go back to the beginning of the program, that they would have had to spend more money up front, and they weren't willing to do that. And so if you put that type of commitment into the system and flat fund it, this is probably the outcome you're going to get several times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10. I don't know that if you go back and start over with the same and repeat the process with the same amount of money, that you're going to get a different outcome than this, which is you have a system that doesn't fly very often, that doesn't have the infrastructure to fly very often. And so again, you can't make it. It's hard to make the argument now that there aren't at least not just the promise of alternatives, but we're seeing these almost trillionaires building possible replacements that they're going to pay for. And so again, the government, even though the government is spending a lot of money, there is still the desire to spend less on the stuff that they don't want to spend on. And I think that's also a demonstration of, again, just not there. I don't see the level of, I see the rhetoric, but I don't see the commitment financially that I see from Elon Musk or from Jeff Bezos. They are walking their talk, whereas the government doesn't always do that. So, but it's not fair to blame it entirely on the government either. There is also there are other things going on. And as I said, nobody wants to talk about that, unfortunately. Which means you're just never going to see that. I don't think you're ever going to see that, quote unquote, fixed, unfortunately. but it's tough. It's tough to be working on that and not and being skeptical about the outcome, because it's obviously a motivational thing. But I also think that there should be, I think it would be better. Again, obviously, I'm arguing this from the perspective of media, so I'm biased. Biased in the sense of it would be I think it would be better to be more articulate about why they're doing these things, and addressing the skepticism with more information rather than not addressing it at all. Again, going back to the idea of what's happening right now, how are they going to meet their deadlines? But again, I have not taken an MBA program, so it is possible that it certainly is possible, if not probable, that what do you call it? Security by obscurity, so to speak, that you're better off leaving the problems obscure from a team motivational standpoint. But yeah, not it has been and probably will continue to be kind of a mess. Hopefully Mr. Isaacman is able to make more fundamental reforms like this, and that they will get to a better place. But I also think it would be advantageous, I think, for us to understand how that's going to happen, and just be more articulate about what those are, because I think the what we're seeing right now is we're seeing that articulation. They're talking about it after they've made the decision, so they're explaining. They're not advocating for change. They're making the change and then explaining why they did it. That, that's okay, but that's better than nothing. But it's also, the question is, are the alternatives and the change that they're making going to make things better? And, obviously they're going to argue why that is, but do we know that? Again, that's the question. If we talk about this in terms of the lunar landers and Artemis IV now with the lunar landing, canceling SLS isn't going to improve the lunar lander situation. Those are independent problems. They're only related in the sense that they participate in the same mission. But we're going to see this over and over, where issues with SLS are not going to improve the Starship situation, just like when Starship has had a really good 2024 and then a sort of a mixed 2025, and we did not see any improvement. So it didn't hurt SLS in 2024, and it certainly didn't help SLS in 2025. It had no effect, and that's the point. So this doesn't affect these programs are, for the most part, independent, especially the lunar landers and this rocket. What's going on with them? So that's it's a little bit of a mess, and I don't know. I guess maybe a more succinct way of putting it is keeping it secret, keeping the mess a secret hasn't helped fix that. So why not try explaining it as an alternative? Will that help anything? No, but it might help future leaders avoid it. I just don't think we're going to hear it, unfortunately. But I would certainly be interested in why this didn't work. There's a lot of people who are not interested in doing the postmortem on that, but given that I've spent a lot of time reporting on this system, I would be interested in understanding better what has happened. But again, I'm not holding my breath that we're going to get that. So in terms of the HLS acceleration, again, I don't believe that the Bloomberg article, and again, to be fair, I don't know how much material they were provided. Again, I wasn't able to read it, but I would say the speculation is that if, well, it's multi-part, but if you by doing the rendezvous and docking in Earth orbit, you no longer Starship can be the Starship tanks can be replenished until much closer to when it goes to the moon. Under the original plan for Artemis III or Artemis IV for that first lunar landing, Starship would be refueled a couple of times in a low Earth orbit and then in a final tanking orbit, but then it would have to go out and loiter in lunar orbit for possibly up to 3 months without any capability of being refueled at that point. Once it leaves Earth, it has no possibility of being refueled at this stage of development of Starship. It's still very much a system that is in development. Now, eventually, I would imagine that they would extend their supply chains out to the moon, as they're talking about doing all the way to Mars, for instance. So eventually they would be able to do that, but not quite yet. And maybe I think the idea that the folks that are talking about a moon base is that you would resupply, refuel Starship on the moon rather than orbiting the moon. But again, that's a long ways away. And of course, they don't talk about when that capability would be available. But I think that's the idea for that. And so since that's not available, you would have as Kane is saying in the question, Starship needs to be refueled as a part of the system. They will have an initial capability will be to refuel starships in low Earth orbit, and so that is again sort of my guess as to what it does. Is it reduces the number of tankers that you need to launch for that first lunar landing mission because you have shorter supply chains. You have shorter time. You have a shorter loiter time. So probably the idea would be that you launch the HLS Starship, you refuel it, and then you launch Orion as soon as possible after that, and go to the moon as soon as possible after that, because you have a full Starship tanks, minimal boil off, and then you just do the mission. And I think they will be trying to demonstrate that with the uncrewed lunar lander. One of the things that's become more apparent over time is that the uncrewed lunar landing demo was not going to look like the original lunar landing plan. They were going to do very much what they're talking about here, which is for the uncrewed demo, they're not going to fly all of the systems. They're just going to go, again, straight from Earth orbit to low lunar orbit, do the landing demo, and then they're done. And they're only going to do a lunar liftoff demo for that. They may not have enough fuel to demonstrate ascent back to low lunar orbit, or certainly not to come all the way back to Earth, but maybe not even to get back to the gateway orbit, which was the original requirement. But they're not now. They're talking about that in that respect, which is shorten the supply chains, eliminate the loiter time. That reduces the number of tankers that you have to launch to get that done. And in a way, the whole thing about the additional marginalization of SLS, where you're turning it from a generic super heavy lift launcher to a crew lunar transport to now just a low Earth orbit launcher, which that's a side effect. To me, if this really is an acceleration proposal, that's a side effect of that proposal. It isn't. They aren't necessarily doing it to marginalize SLS, but it does have that benefit, again, based on the assumption that the White House still wants to cancel this rocket as soon as possible. It does have that. That is a benefit of doing that. Now, flip side of that is, can Blue Moon do that? I don't know if the Blue Moon architecture, which is still undisclosed, can they support doing the TLI burn with Orion? Would they have to launch an additional one of these transfer stages that Eric Berger talked about in his Ars Technica story? Would they just need to launch maybe another one of those and do it like that? Or would they still want to do the Orion rendezvous and docking in lunar orbit somewhere? Unfortunately, I don't have a Streamlabs account. I just have the Buy Me a Coffee, just place to take donations, and then just things like Super Chat here. But again, it's a little bit of a different dynamic on my channel versus other channels. I guess as long as we're just talking about, I'm really just looking for travel money. It isn't. It's not cheap, but I think that if we were looking at something where I was going to be doing a lot of travel outside of the missions, then I'd probably be looking for something that was maybe a little that where I could get more income. But I'm really at this point just trying to cover travel costs as much as possible. Now, again, in this case, I think we're still talking about spring break in Florida, and so yeah, it's on top of that, it is very difficult to get hotels. I'm not sure. It would be very difficult to get hotels in the Space Coast area, I think, now around these launch dates coming up. But so at least again, as far as we know, so for HLS, it's actually kind of an interesting question for both of them. For the uncrewed demos, it's not completely clear what happens to the Starship HLS after it starts its engines and lifts off. Are we just talking about a hop, or are we talking about essentially scuttling the ship on the surface after just letting it go up and then come down and letting it break up on the surface? But it's going to be left on the surface in some condition and perhaps changing over time. The Blue Moon uncrewed lander is supposed to, at least what the OIG report said, was that they were going to demonstrate ascent back to low lunar orbit at least. And if that's the case, then eventually they'll run out of fuel and that will come back down. They may end up having to do a disposal burn so that they can target a particular location on the surface of the moon, or maybe they have enough. Perhaps they have enough fuel to send it out to helio, to do like a heliocentric burn disposal that way. For the landing, again, I guess it depends on what they would want to do, because I think if we're talking about this new proposal from the Bloomberg story yesterday, Starship would, after the surface stay, Starship would go and rendezvous and dock with Orion in low lunar orbit, and that's where the crew would get off, and then they would have to figure out what they were going to do with the vehicle at that point. Do they have enough propellant to what disposal options would they have at that point with propellant? But it would be left in a low lunar orbit for this proposal. If they needed to do the whole gateway orbit thing, then that's at least farther outside of the lunar gravity well, and you probably would have to. But it is still a question. But the idea is that those units for both of them would not necessarily be reused for their first lunar landing missions. So they would be expended. So yeah, as Dave's providing some a little bit of play by play. I guess he's got some insight into sort of some of the operations, and what happened is they've stopped at the pad surface. They're replacing a laser receiver as a part of the it wouldn't be pointing system. It would be, I guess, an alignment system. I can't remember. I think Dave may have mentioned what the system was called earlier, but it's they use a laser system to for fine alignment of the posts on the mobile launcher base for the pedestals, because those alignments are important, probably in terms of hooking up the pad services to the mobile launcher itself. The tolerances there are probably not completely documented, but they probably have a maximum amount of tolerance in terms of positioning. So that's what they're waiting for. Is I think they're replacing that, and then they will finish. They'll start moving again, position the mobile launcher over the pedestals, and then lower it down, and that will be once the load's been transferred to the pad pedestals. That's the hard down milestone, and then that will allow the pad crews to get to work with the pad validation, the connections, pad validations, and then the emergency egress system connections and so on. So so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break here, maybe like 5 minutes, and then come back, and then that will give me the chance to see what I need to do here in the next probably half hour or so. But I'll leave the stream up here for a few minutes, and then I will come back, and I'll pick up that question here, and but I'll come back in a few minutes. I'm going to get a little more coffee, get up and stretch, and then also see what I need to do next here away from the stream. But I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm doing some shift switching for Teddy's morning walk today, so I can hang around for I can hang around sort of a little bit more indefinitely for the next certainly hour or so. But I'm also going to leave this picture up so I can stand a little bit. Um, Let me go ahead and wipe that. So let's see, where was that meta question? Okay, how would you describe your channel? Well, let me, you know what? Just out of curiosity, let me see if the description of the channel. I mean, I think that the things that I'm interested in are the details, and so getting going a little bit below the surface and basically going down the rabbit holes about the questions of what are you doing, how are you doing it, and getting into those details as much as is possible. Again, within the constraints of these are in some cases private programs or military programs or foreign military programs. But because I think that the details can help provide context and perspective. So again, that Bloomberg report, again, a very interesting report. Again, it is something that I'd heard a while ago, but that had not heard it anywhere else, and so this confirms it. But again, in terms of providing some context there, if we're talking about the operation itself, so the report being they're looking at Starship docking with Orion in Earth orbit rather than docking in lunar orbit, and Starship making the translunar injection burn, taking Orion with it from Earth to Moon, and then which would allow Orion to return from low lunar orbit. I don't know if the story goes into that or not, but the context is still that this is a change, at least in theory, and would be something that we would want to find out for sure. But the context is that they're doing this not necessarily because of because it turns SLS into a LEO launcher, but because this would shorten the amount of work that SpaceX needs to do on Starship to fly Artemis 4 as soon as possible. So, and that's where you need more details. So we don't know that for sure. That is a perhaps one working theory, but that would be the idea behind this channel is to pursue those details. Now, whether we get them or not, I think, is a different. Unfortunately, the secrecy becomes part of the story, and that unfortunately is one type of context that there is here, which is that what is that suggestive of? But I think it's about reporting on these things in as much detail as possible, and because that provides context, it provides perspective, and I think that becomes more. Even though that is a more narrow audience or a smaller audience, that for those of you who are interested in that, as I am, that's something that it helps to understand what's going on better for those, again, for people who are interested in those details. If you're just interested in, has Artemis II happened yet? Just, there are people who are multitasking who have all sorts of other things. There are plenty of angles to this besides that. It's just, I think that this angle that I have on it, looking at the details and trying to provide, to put things into more of a perspective, is an interesting angle. And it's not something that people go into as much. And again, if you don't have time, then that's an issue because it is very time consuming. But again, my argument to a lot of these folks was, we've had the better part of 3 years between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. That would have been plenty of time to go through a lot of the details of this mission, even if they weren't finalized until more recently. And so now we've switched back to the, even though this is a longer range view, it provides a little bit more perspective on how much more of the roll needs to be done before they're completed with the roll, and then they get into the hard down operation. So you can see, it does not look like they have. I need to switch the other. Need to go back to the other screen if I can. But it doesn't look like they have. It looks like they have not quite resumed, have not started moving again. So they may be doing some. They may be testing that new receiver. Dave in chat reported that there's a laser alignment or laser. Yeah, something like that. It's a laser receiver that helps align the mobile launcher with the pad pedestals for fine alignment that needed to be replaced. And so they're doing it here before they get into these very tight tolerances between the actual mount points and the pedestals themselves. So we're waiting for them to resume the roll and finish this. The roll started, again, kind of going all the way back to the top. They'd planned to start the roll at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time last night. The winds from a storm front that had passed through were still too high for a long time. So if you were watching the stream last night, we saw things blowing around for a long time. And so the rollout started at 12:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. And so here we are a little bit more than 9 hours after that. And they've reached the pad. So they're at the pad, but they're not done yet. Not quite done yet, but they're definitely close, but they're not done yet. And so we're waiting to see them finish the rollout operation. So, yeah, the having this again, as I understand it anyway, the concept that they're talking about in this modified lunar landing concept of operations is very similar to the it is similar. So it's an Earth orbit rendezvous. The difference between Constellation, there are a few differences between Constellation and Starship. Constellation was also Earth orbit rendezvous, but it was a dual launch. So you launch the Ares 5 with the lunar lander and the big Earth departure stage on the cargo launcher, and then you launch Orion on the Ares 1 single stick. Maybe I think they actually were talking about doing that same day, kind of like the old Gemini, the Gemini launches, the handful of launches that they were able to conduct with the Agena target vehicle on this. I think they did maybe 3 of them they were able to launch the same day, but something like that. In this case, it would be an Earth orbit rendezvous concept of operations, but it would be several launches of Starship. You'd launch the lunar lander, and in this case, there's no the Starship would fill the role of both the lunar lander and the Earth departure stage at the same time because it can be refueled in low Earth orbit. So you launch the Starship. Perhaps you launch it to a depot. Again, that's again one of those details. Would this new proposal also involve a third, another starship, a depot starship that the HLS version would dock to begin doing that transfer? Or would you, and so this is again where we it's not completely spelled out, but would be important, because you'd want to know where in that sequence of tanker launches you're launching the lander itself. So let's say they use a depot. So you could you could replenish the depot and top it off first, then launch the lander, do a full transfer of propellant all at once. Then you launch Orion. That's a lot of launches. We just don't know how many, but in theory, it would be less than if you did it the other way, which would be to replenish the depot, launch the lander, do a partial refilling, and then the depot takes Starship up to the final tanking orbit. You do some more replenishment with other tankers, and then Starship goes to the moon and then waits there for 2 to 3 months, and then Orion flies out to the moon and rendezvous and docks. And so this system, at least it has not demonstrated it yet, but it does have the capability to launch Orion either to low Earth orbit or out to the moon. We have seen it launch Orion into cislunar space on Artemis I, but that's why that's part of this story in general, sort of the story writ large versus the Bloomberg story itself, which is that in theory, this is part of the HLS acceleration proposal, and it reduces the loiter time for Starship in lunar orbit, because there is no loiter time, and it reduces the loiter time in Earth orbit, for that matter. And so that hasn't been confirmed, because all of this disclosure is being done by the media rather than directly from the parties themselves. So NASA has not talked about this. SpaceX has not talked about this. This is being reported. Thankfully, we're getting some information, but it is all coming. It's coming from the media rather than the media being, interpreting and parsing information that's being supplied. Although I guess, to be fair, you're still doing that. It's just that it's not being. NASA is not the primary source here. The primary source material is private. So. But again, thankfully, we are getting this reporting and getting some information about this. It's not being reported directly from NASA or from SpaceX to the public. So and so let's see. So AW3276, thank you for the super chat. And so one of those things I think I mentioned up at the top. So the live stream on NSF NASA spaceflight last night was at least entertaining while we were waiting for the winds to die down and allow the move team to get going. But EJ was over there on that stream, and so it was fun. He knows a lot about the crawler transporter, and so there's a lot of interesting information there. I did get to do one tour of crawler transporter 2. This is wow. It would have been September 2012. So this was again in that period where they knew they were going to need to upgrade one of the crawlers to support this system, but it wasn't. And so they had already begun to plan for that, and they'd actually back then it had been parked in High Bay 2 at the time, to do some of those modifications. And so, but it was interesting. We were able to go up inside of it and see some of those things. But I mean, in a way, the biggest thing about it is that that was going on 15 years ago. So, but EJ knows a lot about that, and that I thought it was very interesting to learn more about that last night. So, thanks to AW3276 becoming a member, and I see Robert Williams becoming a member. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, we ended up. I did think that was. I think that was interesting. I've not had a chance, obviously, to go back and look at the to look at the live stream, but I think I did get the sense that that somebody was watching the live stream, because there did seem to be sort of an indirect interaction between them, because if I recall correctly, when it had been mentioned in passing before that there was this chair, I haven't gone off to look and see like what level it is. If there's there are I forget what the ACM acronym stands for, but I think the M stands for monitor. So they have people that are at different sites in the launch complex 39 area overall. So the pad B, pad A are as one area, the VAB is another, and then those are even subdivided further down. But it's possible that chair was for one of those monitors, and it's sitting, outside of that elevator. Elevator well there. But while we were talking about that and mentioning that chair seemed to sort of be there in the same place, we eventually saw, I think, one or two people come and take the chair away for a little while. So that was just, again, it at least provided a little bit of entertainment last night while we were waiting. So. So Java Man is asking, or talking about, well, what happens to the timeline if the landing hasn't occurred by the end of this term. I think everybody. I'm generalizing here, but I think people have figured out how to use this second lunar landing race with China for their own purposes. So the Congress, I think, had framed it as a race at least earlier last year when they started talking it up more, framed it as a race to beat China. And I don't know that they necessarily, if they provided a time frame, they may have provided end of the decade, but I'm not sure if they did. But then when the White House adopted it, and this was back before Mr. Isaacman was confirmed. This is when Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy was the acting administrator. They took on the race and defined it. They defined it as a race to beat China, but also to do it before the end of the term of this presidential term, President Trump's second term. So I think what would happen is that as long as there are sort of multiple awards here. So if they win the race before the end of the term, they get that, you get more stars. If they beat China afterwards, that is still a win. You still get some stars. And that has maybe a little bit longer that gives you a little longer amount of time. But then obviously if China is talking about landing, and they're using a different interpretation of the phrase of, by a particular date. So I've heard China say by 2030, which I believe means by the end of this decade. Now, again, similar thing. The status of their programs is secret. We don't have a really good sense. We do have, again, we do get some information, but we don't have that good of a sense of where they are. Again, sort of putting their development into context, the current status or the schedule into context. But those would be the deadlines, if you want to call them that, is end of this term, so January 20th, 2029, end of the decade, December 31st, 2029, but also just beating China. And so if China can't make the end of 2029 either, there is going to, in theory, still be the race. Now, having said that, since this is a political race, and we've seen varying levels of interest in these programs and funding these programs over time. So even just within the last 15 years, sometimes Congress prioritizes these programs enough to fund them, and sometimes they don't. So, and unfortunately, again, that was one of those contributors to why we are where we are, is that these systems were funded well below the proposed levels at the beginning, which is maybe one of the worst times to do that. But I think that's kind of what would happen is that they would continue to go. And again, in terms of money, Congress is going to be willing to maintain their level of commitment to these systems because they're reducing their level of financial commitment to operational systems as they go. And so then again, I think that's the idea that the administration wants to do, is they want to invest in research and development and less in operating systems, and allow private industry to do that. So, but there's a political risk there, which is if that research and development drags on, you could lose interest in funding it if it doesn't achieve anything or reach those breakthroughs that you're trying to reach. So that's why that's why, because there's a political angle to this. I mean, I'd say there's at least a possibility that Washington loses interest in the race, even before anybody lands the next people on the moon. It just depends on what's going on. So, but yeah, there will still, in theory, be a race if nobody's landed by the end of 2028 or the very beginning of 2029. There will still be somebody who's interested in the race, and we'll just have to see if the level of interest sustains policy like it did last year, or whether that people stop talking about it and they lose interest. And so then we just have we have some of these other things that are going on. You're still going to see the transition, I think. Obviously, it'll depend on what happens with the next administration as to whether they want to. Apologies, sir. I'm going to sit down, so I'm adjusting the microphone. But we'll see what the next administration wants to do, whether they want to sustain the policy of this current administration as going forward. And so, and again, what was interesting was that out of all of these administrations, the only one that maintained any level of continuity was the Biden administration. So if you go back to the top of this, Obama wanted to do what Trump is doing now 15 years ago, more than 15 years ago. He wanted to get NASA out of human spaceflight operations and allow private industry to begin doing that. Pardon me. But had to compromise with Congress, basically because NASA is not the highest priority, he decided not to fight that. It's like pick your battles. He made the proposal. There was a lot of pushback. He decided not to continue fighting that battle. So he compromised with Congress. We have a lot of the elements that we see on the screen here as a part of that compromise. And then when Trump came in, they put in a bunch of directives about lunar landings, and they they continued that move towards commercial. But Congress had already defined that they had already said they want this system because there was no established competitors for it at that point. And then that was sustained by Biden for the 4 years he was in office. And then Trump comes back in for his second term, Grover Cleveland style. And now they're trying to finish this sort of 15-year long back and forth between the executive branch and the legislative branch. And so it'll be interesting to see where we are, because the end of this term doesn't completely align with the end of the decade, but it is kind of close. And so it's going to be interesting to see where we are certainly at the end of this term, with what the future looks like, because we're definitely seeing a continued push to transition away from government-owned and operated programs to purchase of services from private industry. And that, I think, is going to be what's interesting about that, among many things, is that you're doing that under the umbrella of a national goal, which doesn't necessarily carry does not have high business stakes. There are national stakes in winning a race with China, but there aren't necessarily as high of the business stakes. So another way of putting that is, it doesn't necessarily, there isn't a huge risk to SpaceX's business plan if China wins the race, or to Blue Origin's business plan if China wins the race. There's still, unless the U.S. said, win the race or bust. So if this is not what's happening, they're talking about sustaining a lunar base regardless of who wins the race. But if they said if we lose the race, we're done, we're shutting everything down, we don't want to play anymore, then there would be big business stakes involved in that. That would be a different type of motivation. But that's not the case. So it's an interesting dynamic there, where you have a national goal, but then the government doesn't want to do that. Doesn't want to actually. They're basically contracting out the race itself to private business. So yeah, it's about 10 minutes, but yeah, I think somebody's already, as somebody's already said. So yeah, this at least provides this provides a visual of the difference between being at the pad and rollout being completed. So the crawler has brought SLS, Orion, and the mobile launcher to the pad. They've arrived at the pad, but they have not finished the rollout yet. They're still waiting to finish rolling the base of the mobile launcher over the pedestals and then lowering it down onto the pedestals. And at that point, when they reach that quote unquote hard down milestone, the crawler, that would be the end of the roll. Now it does, again, I may be imagining things, but it does kind of look like they may be moving again. Eventually we will, I guess I could roll this. I could roll the stream back. This is the NASA live stream. In theory, I could roll that back, but it does look like they have. It does maybe look like they've started moving again. So they're beginning that final push. They're up on the pad surface. They had to replace Dave in chat was saying that they had to replace a laser receiver on the mobile launcher itself, which is a part of precision alignment of the mounts to the pedestals at the pad. And maybe they moved and stopped again. But it does kind of look like they're moving. But anyway, they're planning to they're certainly planning to finish this in the next few hours. So the rollout started at around 12:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, very early this morning, depending on where you were, or very late last night. And so we're now 9.5 hours after first motion, and it may take a little while, so it will be difficult. Maybe when they switch to the other view after they're positioned over the pedestals, and then they will go into, they're going to have to go slower as they get closer, and there's going to be fine positioning, fine alignment of the mounts over the pedestals. But maybe we will have the ability to see. It's probably hard to see unless you speed up the live stream, lowering down onto the pedestals. But that'll be probably the most obvious way for us to tell that they're hard down is when the crawler actually comes back out from underneath the mobile launcher. But that's again a little ways away. So that is a good Java man with that point. So yes, we don't know where any of these three lunar landers are really. So, or to be fair, lunar lander programs. So we've seen tests of the Chinese crew transport spacecraft, the Mengzhu, and again I'm Americanizing the pronunciation there, but their crew transport spacecraft and the lunar lander. On the face of it, the next big milestones, or the next big milestone that we haven't seen yet, is the rocket that they're going to use, and it is more of the style of the Falcon 9 family, where the Long March 10 can be used as a single stick launcher of payloads to Earth orbit, but then they have a triple core, kind of like the Delta IV Heavy or the Falcon Heavy, that they need to launch both of those lunar spacecraft to the moon. And so that is, whether that's the critical path or a critical path, that's one of the things that we'd be waiting to see for the Chinese programs. And we don't necessarily know. We don't know. I think we've seen some reporting that they want to launch the single stick here this year, and then the triple core would launch sometime next year in 2027. But they have the same types of time constraints that we're seeing for the U.S. lunar landing efforts here too. Because again, there's only about a year's difference between the end of this next presidential term and the end of the decade. So, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell whether they've moved much. They may have moved a little bit and then stopped again, but they're still short. They're still short of the actual pad. They're on the surface, but still short of the pad itself. And so this was the view that we saw for most of February after the vehicle arrived at the pad. This is that view from what looks to be from that Launch Complex 39 observation gantry, which is a visitor complex tour stop a lot of times. But so I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take another. I'm going to go. I'm going to go get a little bit more coffee, but I'll be back here in a minute or two. But yeah, if you have any questions, any more questions, let me know. I'll probably I could probably hang around here, just leave the stream up until we have something more definitive about hard down. That could be a few hours, and it's just one of those things. Whether I think this will probably be a little bit more of an intermittent type of a thing until that ends, and so. But I can leave this up for a little while. But for the moment, I'm just gonna step away for a minute here and grab some more coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, so yeah, not. I mean, so I saw this vehicle, although I didn't go all the way out to the crawler way for the first rollout, and I have seen the crawler. We did get to go up, but as I was mentioning earlier, they did a media event, and again, this is almost 15 years ago, and it's possible that they've done other ones at the Kennedy Space Center, but there was a period of time back at the end of the shuttle program. Used to be based in Atlanta, and so it was much more convenient to get down to Kennedy Space Center. But there was a period of time after the last shuttle flight, in more or less just the calendar year 2012, where I was doing a lot more coverage of the transition and retirement of shuttle. And one of the events they did in that period of time, this was around when the shuttle orbiter Endeavour was flown from Florida out here to California, to the Los Angeles area. They did a media event where they showed us some of the Pad 39B systems, which were obviously still being implemented. They were sort of in an early phase of conversion to They had been in conversion to Constellation, and then they were reworking those for soon to be this system, but this system was still itself in preliminary design, I think, until 2013. So, but we went out to the pad and we went inside. So perhaps even, I don't know whether it was underground or not. It may have been systems that were just inside, but on the pad surface. No, I think it was underground. But then I don't know if it was on the same day, but on another day, we went around the Crawler Transporter 2, which is the one that's being used and the one that was upgraded for SLS, was in High Bay 2 at the time. That's now where Boeing does final assembly of core stages. But they did take us inside because they had started doing the modernization and upgrades of the crawler at that point. And so that was one opportunity for us to really see the crawler up close and personal. Again, there may have been others since then, though. So it is interesting. Java Man's talking about coverage. Starship and Starbase is an interesting. I don't know if it perhaps is the exception that proves the rule, but it is sort of an exception. And so Dave did mention it's hard to tell. Dave said, Dave's saying that they're ready to move over the mounts. I think we're trying to get a sense of whether they've started moving yet or starting to make progress towards the mounts. Hard to gauge movement here, but what makes Starbase unique in a lot of ways is that production used to be significantly outdoors, and it's becoming a little bit less than that, but it is to a much higher degree than other rocket manufacturing and production sites outdoors. And on top of that, SpaceX is open to allowing the public to observe, and then they've continued to allow media that has set up at Starbase in Texas to observe. And so it isn't just that it's outside, it's also that SpaceX is open to allowing the public to observe the work that they're doing there outside. But we don't see that. We don't see either of those things. It is possible to allow people to come in and see what you're doing with your indoor production, which you would see at other sites, but it is not a custom that we see. It is something that SpaceX does that is different than other vendors. At the same time, there's only so much that you can see in production. There's a lot of work that's being done indoors. There's a lot of work that's being done that beyond production. And so if you were to ask about the status of, again, the HLS program, and the HLS program is just it is one part of Starship. It is certainly not the whole thing or the only thing that Starship is about, but it would be possible to detail the status of HLS without necessarily showing hardware. And so again, it wouldn't necessarily be self-evident, because you would see progress would be more about design and more about smaller scale hardware, things like subsystems. And so it is something that it requires more more disclosure than just production. But having said that, again, SpaceX is more open to allowing the public to see what they're doing at Starbase. And you go think about Kennedy Space Center. That's a military. It's on the Kennedy Space Center is on a military base, the Space Force Station there, formerly Air Force Station, and so it's not as visible because of that. Yeah. So as Dave was saying, yeah, there's the there isn't necessarily, I'm not sure that there's a hard limit to the number of tanking cycles, and the definition of a tanking cycle has changed from the space shuttle system with the external tank. They talked about 13 cycles for that. But again, if anybody's, for those of you who are familiar with this, the core stage and the external tank look more similar than they are. And so they when they talked about this during the Artemis I launch campaign, they have as Dave's saying, they have upwards of about 24. They could do upwards of 24 cycles, but the definition of a cycle is also perhaps different for for the core stage versus the shuttle external tank. And then on top of that, you also have there may be other limiting constraints, because it isn't just the core stage; it's also the ICPS and the especially the ICPS. I don't know what the limits would be on the boosters, on some of the systems for the boosters, because they're not active for as long of a period of time. So that's but that's not necessary. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the consideration that they were talking about the other day, as much as every time you fuel a complicated vehicle like this, you're exercising ground systems, and as we saw with, you could probably just look at what happened with the ICPS that caused them to roll back. So they'd completed 2 tanking tests on ICPS, and then had completed a full wet dress rehearsal and 2 terminal countdown cycles on the ICPS before that quick disconnect seal was dislodged. And so if for whatever reason they had decided to make a launch attempt on February 19th in the second wet dress rehearsal, in theory they could have launched, but they weren't obviously ready to do that. And I think that's probably more of the general part of the calculus here generically, is they don't want to, it isn't that they can't cycle ICPS or the core stage several more times. It's just that because it's a complicated system, you're taking a risk every time you do that of something else, of some other part failing, and you can't attempt to launch every day ad nauseum. They only have 6 days at the beginning of the month, and then they would have to wait another 3.5 weeks to try again. And in the middle of that time, you could have weather, you could have some other thing come up that could take you out of launch, being launch ready. And so, as they talked about in summation, they want to be in a position where if they tank the vehicle and the vehicle's ready to fly on that day, that they make an attempt to launch. And so that's what that I think is part of the calculus there, is that you're taking, it isn't that you can't fix another issue like they had on ICPS. It's just, if you have another issue and you can't access it at the pad, you have to come back to the VAB again. And so again, I think there is a general risk of, not necessarily a safety risk, but you're taking schedule risk by testing a lot. Now, having said that, again, there's still a trade-off there, but I think that's the calculus, is that they're willing to trade a little bit of, they're willing to take the risk that they might see something, another hydrogen leak as an example, because the benefit is if that seal is still leak tight, and everything else is still launch ready, they can start the mission the next time they tank the vehicle. So it is. I don't think it's necessarily about the number of times that they can tank the vehicle, as that it just takes a long time in between attempts, and there's always something else that can happen every time you go through this exercise. Sort of like, again, it isn't that you can't fix a problem. It's just you're taking a risk every time you stand down from a tanking of something else coming up that you have to address. And so that's the other thing. So Dave's talking about what the definition of a tanking cycle is. That's the definition of the tanking cycles for the shuttle external tank. I'd actually tried to ask the SLS program if they used that same convention for counting cycles. I don't know that I got a definitive yes or no, but I didn't necessarily get a definitive yes, we're doing it the same way, where loading the core stage is considered one cycle, and then when you get into terminal count and you pressurize the tank, that's considered another cycle. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but the way I remember it, there was a little bit more of considering that more like just a single cycle. So that's why I say it's not a complete apple. It's not oranges to oranges, and it's not apples to oranges, but it's not a one-to-one. It's not a one-to-one analog between the shuttle external tank and the core stage. But again, as I said, I think the reason that the reason that they want to press into a launch attempt and take and do a different type of a risk trade is because I think of more generic risk, that every time you set up to do this, you're running a little bit of a risk of it's really not every time you make an attempt to launch, it's if you have to scrub and turn around that you're taking those risks, and that you want to take full advantage of a launch-ready vehicle in a launch-ready state. And so that, I think, that's more the way that they expressed it. In my interpretation was, if the next time they tank this vehicle, if it's ready to fly, they want the crew to be on board and they want to launch it, as opposed to, okay, we verified that the hydrogen is not leaking, because if they do have an issue, then they're going to scrub anyway. So, it's not a safety issue. It's a schedule. It's a safety risk. It's a schedule risk, and they're willing to trade a little bit of schedule risk if they have to deal with something like that, for the opportunity to launch the mission. And so, as Dave said, yeah, we can see that the crawler has resumed, and they are rolling the mobile launcher and the vehicle over the launch mounts. This is not. Maybe we'll get a quick side shot here, to get a sense of how close they are to being over the mounts. But it could this part of it may not take very long for them to be in sort of the gross position over the pedestals. But then when they get to fine alignment and fine positioning, they may have to do a little bit of steering. Not sure about, not necessarily 3-point parallel parking, but there may be a little bit of as they get closer of they'll be using that laser alignment system that Dave was talking about. They had to replace a part on the mobile launcher, and that's why they had to stop for seemed like an hour or so once they got to the pad surface. So while they're doing that, let me go pull up. I'm not going to put it up on the screen. I'll leave this. I'll leave the live feed up. But I'll go ahead and over here I will put up. I think at some point I'm going to need to have like a couple of views where we have the live view, and then I can show something else with the live view. But again, the some of the things that they're going to be working on over the next week and a half to 2 weeks. Because again, the launch countdown is 2 days long. And so if they're going to make an attempt on April 1st, they would start the countdown no later than March 30th. So that's only 10 days away. They will connect all of the services from the pad to the mobile launcher. They'll do what they call the pad validations. They'll set up the emergency egress system slide wires and then send the baskets up there. And we may see the same thing that they did back in mid-January, where they test they test the baskets, they release them and let them run down the wires and make sure that they reach the terminus area again within I would assume it's basically just a timed exercise. It needs to reach there within a set period of time, and then you look at the mechanisms, make sure everything is good. Once they've done that, once they've satisfied their criteria, then they'll put the baskets up there and leave them in essentially launch position at that point. There is a couple of other things that they'll be doing. They'll be positioning the engine and booster service platforms those are riding with the mobile launcher. They're basically up in the flame hole, and those will be lowered down to the pad surface and then rolled out onto the crawlerway to launch position. That's out here in this area. We'll see that at some point, and then we will see the side flame deflectors and the extensible columns, which are trained together, will be also moved into launch position underneath the base or platform of the mobile launcher. Those aren't necessarily the platforms won't be moved into position until they're sure they don't have any. So like one of the things that we've seen a few times during these rollouts or at the pad is that the RS-25 engine blankets, which are essentially part of their stage systems, but they have a moisture barrier, essentially like a plastic sort of trash bag thing over the actual thermal blankets. Those will occasionally develop tears in high wind. The plastic or whatever, I'm not sure if it is plastic material, but again, moisture barrier. So the engine service platform gives them hands-on access to those, allows them to make repairs if they need to make any repairs once they're close enough to launch and they've done the inspections to make sure that everything is the exterior is in launch configuration. They'll lower those platforms down and move those to launch position, and then same thing with the side flame deflectors and extensible columns. And then the other thing that I don't think they've had time to do, but is it's basically just the flight crew will go out to the pad and do what they were calling countdown demonstration test part 2, which is not a dry dress rehearsal. That was part 1, but is just basically a walk down of the emergency egress system from the White Room, from Orion in the White Room, the crew access arm across. So it basically right now the White Room, is the crew access arm are retracted. But just that pathway from the white room across the 274-foot level to where the baskets will be positioned. And that's another thing we will see. I don't know if we will. One of the things we will see after the vehicle is hard down, probably in the next day, they will extend the crew access arm up to Orion, to the hatch. I don't know whether they will do another series of swing tests or not, but that is something that they did when they rolled out in January. It may be, again, that may be another one of those tasks that they did in January that they can essentially take credit for. They don't need to continue to test the system, but we will see whether they do a swing test or two where they don't just extend the arm up to the hatch area, but then they test retracting under launch conditions, and then also extending it in launch conditions where it needs to be extended quickly from this position retracted to fully extended in case the crew needs to get out of the vehicle in a hurry and then use that emergency egress system. So those are some of the things that they'll be doing in the next week and a half. And again, shooting to be ready for that first opportunity on April 1st. You would want to start the countdown on about 48 hours before the opening of that window, and that window opens at what is it? Was it 6:24 p.m.? I'm going to leave this picture up and go and see if I can find that. I can. Just give me a moment, but I'll yes. So the launch window, the 2-hour-long launch window on April 1st opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern. That's 2020. It's 22:24 UTC. It's a little bit more than an hour before sunset, so that opportunity would be the best opportunity in launch period 19, which is those first 6 days of April, to launch in daylight. But there is no requirement to launch or land in daylight. It's just, I think, since we all saw SLS launch at night for the first one, I know the photographers for sure would like to see a daylight launch, and I think it would also be more visually informative than a night launch. I think if the vehicle were to launch in daylight, there's at least a better chance that we would see that they would give us some of the onboard camera views live. They didn't. They were never willing to give us the full replays of those cameras. But again, to be fair, it does get dark very quickly. I still would have wanted to see those, especially towards Miko, because we did see. This is something that I pitched to public affairs after Artemis I to try and get the recordings. Was if you go back and look at a few of the space shuttle launches that had the external tank camera on them that launched at night, you could see the vehicle lit by the three main engines. As the plume expanded, there was enough lighting there to at least somewhat illuminate the vehicle. So there was something that you could see as the vehicle got higher in the atmosphere and closer to main engine cutoff. But they never did show us that, and so it wasn't ever completely clear whether that was export controlled and secret or not. They just weren't willing to release it. Maybe they will be willing to show us some of those views live for at least a little while during ascent. I just don't know. So I think a daylight launch would give us more of a possibility, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee it. I shouldn't laugh. Is that Okay. So yes. So yeah, I had not heard the news about Chuck Norris. So I don't know that. Certainly well known here in the United States. I'm guessing that they're not going to do that. But no, that's too bad that he passed away. Um, I don't think they're going to rename. Uh, but right now we're waiting to see. It's hard to tell where, but it does the we are seeing the mobile launcher, that the crawler transporter is getting closer to being in position to lower the mobile launcher over the pedestals. That is getting to the point where they're ready to lower the pedestal. May take a little while, so it may look like it's in place for a while before we see that. And again, I don't know. We may have, if Dave has some insight into into what's going on from an ops standpoint, he may hear that before we can really see it visually. But we're still a ways away from that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take another. I'm going to take another. I'm going to take another couple of minute break here. Maybe till about the bottom of the hour. So what would that be? 10:30 a.m. Eastern, 7:30 a.m. Pacific. So I'm just going to take a few minutes here, get up, stretch my legs, get a little bit more coffee, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm sort of back here. I can go until around top of the hour, so about another 30 minutes, and then I'll need to take another. Need to take another break to feed Teddy, the dog here. But I think probably what I'll do, because I think this is going to take longer than this will take another hour at least, is to just hang on here until we get a little bit more of a confirmation that the vehicle's hard down, and if I have time permitting, I can take questions for a little while. So today this is going to be more of a sort of slow news week before there was a report, and what I'm planning on doing on Sunday morning is I'll do another public live stream, and I'll just do sort of the weekly report and a little bit more of a freestyle like that, because it takes less preparation to do that than to do a full recorded video, and that's going to be necessary for as long as we're pressing towards Artemis II. That's going to be necessary because news is going to be happening in real time the closer and closer we get to the launch. It does kind of look like over here. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. So you can see the lighter structure. That is one of the corner pedestals, and it does look like, again, maybe we're seeing a little bit of light and shadow, but it does kind of look like the well, hopefully I'm still hopefully you guys can still see me and hear me. I had my browser monitor needed to be restarted. It does look like it is hopefully still going here. But it looks like they're getting into sort of a fine positioning point of the roll, because you can see the sort of the back edge of the mobile launcher base. That corner looks like it's relatively sort of in a coarse alignment with that corner pedestal as well, but that they still have to get it the fine alignment before they can lower, before the crawler can lower it down onto the pedestals. So it's still going to be a little while. Maybe it'll be done. Maybe it could be done in an hour, but we'll just have to see. But I can certainly hang around if there are any questions for a good part of that. Oops. So yes, there was a report yesterday. That's something we've been talking about here in the live stream for the last for most of the time this morning, which is the report by Bloomberg that that I believe they're reporting that SpaceX proposed to NASA that they use Starship to fly Orion to the moon. And so the idea being, instead of Starship having to refuel in Earth orbit and then fly out to the moon by itself and wait in lunar orbit for 2 to 3 months, that to save SpaceX from having to do that, that they would rendezvous with Orion in Earth orbit, which would eliminate the loiter time, and also which would then reduce the number of tankers required to refill it, and then dock with Orion in Earth orbit, perform the translunar injection burn. It eliminates one of the lunar rendezvous and docking things. And so as Dave, so that's good. So Dave says they're ready to I guess do the sort of the fine alignment and adjustments, and they're getting closer to being ready to lower the mobile launcher down onto the pedestals. But what this report yesterday sounds like is that this is part of the acceleration proposals that NASA solicited from both SpaceX and Blue Origin. It's not confirmed, but SpaceX had, as the Inspector General Office reported in their audit, I think it was last week, it was in the last couple of weeks, SpaceX had reported to NASA sometime in the last probably 6 months or so, maybe a little bit longer ago, that they could not make a mid-2027 lunar landing date. It was going to be closer to the end of 2028 under the original plans for the lunar landing, which required a lunar orbit rendezvous. And so it's not totally clear if this is an acceleration proposal, but in theory, it would reduce the number of tankers required, the number of tanker launches, the number of those cycles necessary to and in theory, then that also shortens the amount of time necessary for Starship HLS to be ready to fly their first lunar landing mission. Again, we don't know. Some of the things that we don't hear out of that are we still haven't heard what the Blue Origin architecture is exactly, and we haven't heard, we've certainly heard media reports like this. This is also a media report, so it's not officially from NASA. What Blue Origin is doing from an acceleration standpoint, and so we don't know whether Blue Origin could also support something like that, instead of rendezvousing with Orion in lunar orbit at the outset, rendezvousing with it in Earth orbit first, and then performing the translunar injection burn with the lunar lander system. SLS, at least in theory, if they had more upper stages available, SLS could support either of those. SLS can support, it's over-designed for a low Earth orbit mission, but it can insert Orion into Earth orbit, and it can also insert Orion into lunar orbit as well. It's just a question of which upper stages are available. It's a different set of questions for SLS versus for the lunar landers. So it's not a side effect of that, though, is that it further marginalizes SLS, because it's there are with some work and at some expense, there are other commercial launchers that could launch Orion into low Earth orbit. So you don't need this vehicle to launch Orion only into low Earth orbit, but you would need this type of vehicle and the performance of this type of vehicle to launch or to send Orion all the way to the moon. So, and so eventually Starship is going to need to be able to extend its supply chain all the way out to the moon, just like it will eventually need to be able to extend its supply chain all the way out to Mars. It's just at this phase of development of their system, they're not ready to do that for either the moon or Mars, certainly not from a crewed standpoint. And so Again, it was not spelled out in this, but it does seem like there is the issue for Starship right now is twofold. It's not just the cadence of tanker launches, but also the fact that once Starship leaves the Earth, it leaves its supply chain. There is no lunar supply chain yet, and so maybe they don't feel like they would have the ability to loiter in some type of lunar orbit for up to 3 months, because that was the original requirement was actually 60 days, and with it being desired to be able to support 90 days of loiter time in lunar orbit. And in fact, the final milestone for launch readiness for HLS for the contract that SpaceX won is called the Lunar Orbit Checkout Review. And so obviously, if they went with this new proposal, they would do some type of checkout review. It just wouldn't be in lunar orbit. But I think bigger picture, again, if we're talking about long-term future for SLS, long-term future for the commercial providers, the government is not paying for the commercial providers. They're just a minority investor. And so the long-term future of those systems is up to those companies, and we see they have a long-term commitment. It certainly seems like the government's long-term commitment to SLS is going away. We will. I think at this point we're waiting to see whether whether they're willing to commit for the rest of the decade or farther. And really, at this point now, we're talking about specifically, will they retire SLS after Artemis V, or will it continue to be a bridge capability, or bridge rocket, if you want to call it that? These are my words, my characterization. For would if there is no replacement available, they could, in theory, fly an Artemis VI with it if they needed to fly it for another flight, or an Artemis VII, because we have not seen the demonstration of we have not seen an alternative fly this Artemis II mission. Obviously, Orion and SLS have not flown Artemis II yet, but assuming that they do this, Congress last year had said that they wanted to see an alternative fly their version of Artemis II to demonstrate that they have an operational capability. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they have to enforce that. So it may be because they don't want to spend the money that they choose to. It is cheaper to have a gap between this capability with Orion and SLS and whatever commercial capability becomes available. And then leave it up to the commercial providers to close that gap as much as possible. And we've seen that in the past, either with government systems between Apollo and Shuttle, where we had like a 6-year gap between the last Apollo mission and the first Shuttle launch. And that originally was expected to only be 3 years. It turned out to be 6. And then there was a gap between 2011 and 2020 between Shuttle and Dragon. That was originally expected to be 5 years and turned out to be closer to 8+ years. So again, it's desirable not to have a gap, but it isn't probably necessary. We will just have to see how important it is to both to win the race with China and also to to eliminate or how long of a gap they're willing to tolerate. Historically, they've been willing to tolerate a gap even if they don't like it, because it's cheaper. Yeah, so Wired for Flight talking about the it's odd that they talked about, it is odd that they use the word standardize. I think it's about how to phrase it. I think they wanted to avoid upfront basically just saying exploration upper stage is late and we don't know how late it's going to be, and we think we can fly Centaur 5 on this vehicle faster than EUS can finish its development. I mean, I think you could say that more succinctly, but they just weren't willing to come out and say that when they originally announced that on February 27th. But I mean, the reason that the reason that they canceled EUS and Mobile Launcher 2 is because they're not ready, and they've missed all of the dates that they've had previously. And again, to be fair, everybody has missed all of the dates for these things so far. So it isn't just EUS. It's just that if you frame this race in terms of the presidential term, the end of 2028, essentially, give or take 3 weeks, it's very uncertain whether exploration upper stage, and which is the Block 1B SLS configuration, and Mobile Launcher 2, that whole system would be ready to fly by the end of 2028. And so they've proposed an alternative that they say can fly twice in that period of time. And so that's, I don't know how that's necessarily standardizing, because they haven't talked about longer term than Artemis 5. And so it's just a different standard. So before this, exploration upper stage was the standardized SLS Block 1B, and now it's this unnamed block configuration of SLS in theory with Centaur 5. Now, having said that, the contract that they're talking about signing with United Launch Alliance only includes 2 flight units and a spare, so that's only 3 launches. So that's only for Artemis 4 and 5 with an option to fly an Artemis 6. So, I mean, that's not necessarily a standard configuration either. If it turns out that they do that, they will have actually flown ICPS more times than Centaur 5. There are several other reasons and advantages to flying Centaur 5, at least in the full Centaur 5 stage versus the ICPS. Again, we're missing a lot of the details and the pros and cons necessarily. And of course, we will also have to see whether or not they are able to have Centaur 5 ready to fly a first flight with SLS in less than 2 years. So I think it was on, was it the 3rd or the 4th? So the week after, or actually, was it 3 or 4 days after the original announcement, NASA did come out and say they have no plans to use both exploration upper stage and Mobile Launcher 2. And so if that continues to be the case, they will probably end up, it will essentially become excess equipment, and they'll probably go through the same type of process they went through with shuttle equipment, which is they'll probably make it available if anybody wants to take it off their hands and use it for something. And if not, they will just have to scrap it. So that's, but having said that, there are other possibilities. You could, in theory, modify it to fly Centaur 5. If they really were thinking about more of a long-term commitment to SLS beyond 8 flights and flying the solid rocket booster upgrade, if they really wanted to do that, Mobile Launcher 2 is probably better positioned to do that, but it's also expensive. And again, the reason that they're shutting down this system and this infrastructure is because it's too expensive for the government to pay for. Again, we're finding that out now, that the Senate has indicated they are not willing to continue to fund development of these systems because the implication being that they're too expensive with all of the other things that they want to do. So unless they are going to come up with the money to modify Mobile Launcher 2, and that would to some extent fly in the face of that statement that they put out saying they have no plans to use it. So it again so far continues to align with the policy that the proposal they put out a year ago, which is to cancel the SLS upgrades and then retire SLS sooner than later. And so, yeah, I mean, again, they certainly haven't talked about that because again, they're also not talking in public about what they're going to do with Gateway, but we are certainly hearing plenty of talk about negotiations with Gateway partners about canceling that program as well, which would make sense because that was also part of the program last year, which was to cancel canceling Gateway, the SLS upgrades first, and then canceling Orion, SLS, and Exploration Ground Systems after that. So we will see what modifications they have to that overall plan outline. So far, the things that we've heard only change the timings of that a little bit. And so they've switched back quick. I'm not sure for how long, but we do have a little bit of a view here. So this just gives us another view, and it does show, as Dave was saying earlier, that they're basically more or less over the pad pedestals, and they're aligning them over the pedestals, and they're preparing to lower the mobile launcher down onto the pedestals, and that would and finish the rollout, which would be denoted, so to speak, by reaching that hard down milestone. Right. I'm going to quickly reposition this. One moment here, I'm going to mute while I'm adjusting the mic, or trying to. And so I'll be taking probably something like 10 minutes at the top of the hour here in about 5 minutes. So yeah, we will see. We will see about. I'd say there's still a possibility that SLS could be a bridge to Artemis 6 or even Artemis 7, but I think again, given the preferences and policy preferences that I think now Congress has started to endorse, it's really the retirement of SLS again. Since they have not laid this out in detail, what their conditions are for retiring it, it most likely is dependent on outside development. So the sooner that a commercial replacement is available, the sooner they will retire it. But it is also possible you could see that's still possible because people have not,
elaborated on what their positions are, and of course those can change from year to year, but there's a couple of extremes and then things that could happen on that spectrum. One extreme is to just go ahead and retire SLS after Artemis 5, whether or not there's a commercial replacement in operation at that point. Another extreme would be to continue to fly SLS and with a little bit of an overlap to the commercial systems to maintain that capability. That extreme is obviously more expensive than just having a gap, because you have to pay to sustain the system, and that's going to cost you SLS and EGS is probably like $3 billion a year. So it is a lot of money. And so that's why that would probably be the argument is, what's more, would you rather put that money to use for future capabilities and accept a gap in capability or not? If SLS is retired, then it will be up to Lockheed Martin and NASA to decide whether or not it's retired or whether they want to transition Orion to a commercial offering. That would be up to Lockheed Martin and its commercial partners, its contractor partners on that system. So as an example, Airbus is the prime contractor for the European service module. If Lockheed Martin is willing to take on most or all of the financial burden to operate Orion as a commercial offering, they could have a commercial agreement with Airbus to pay them to continue to furnish those systems, and perhaps even maybe upgrade them to support a different types of operations. Like they're talking about, like the Starship concept of operation, where you do an Earth orbit rendezvous and go to the moon mated, like they were going to do with Constellation, versus a lunar orbit rendezvous. And part of that would be for Lockheed Martin and Orion to find a new launcher. So I'm going to, we're approaching the top of the hour. I'm going to take about a 10-minute or so break to feed Teddy the dog. So I will be back. I will be back in about 10 minutes. And we're waiting here. I think Dave's monitoring the operations of the pad, so hopefully he can provide an update whether I'm here or not. But I will be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. I think we'll have to see. I think what I'm thinking here is I'll go until the next top of the next hour. So that would be 9 a.m. Pacific for me, 12 p.m. Eastern time. And I can take questions again, unless we get something else in terms of news about the. It's probably going to be a little longer than that before, for instance, we see the crawler come back out down the pad surface to the gate. But the NASA live stream will be available. Hopefully, if they follow the same convention, they will keep this live stream up into the countdown and into their live coverage. So the let's see, trying to catch up. It's really we have not heard. They talked about possibly commercializing SLS, but that was again in the in a different environment. So that was basically back in the Artemis I timeframe, maybe before Artemis I launched. I think the situation has changed a lot for the two companies that we're talking about, sort of gradually transitioning, taking over control of the whole SLS program, and that was a joint venture between Boeing and Northrop Grumman. And so, over the last 3 years, we've heard less and less about that, and we have not heard of any, at least significant interest in doing that now. Whereas we have heard Lockheed Martin start talking about taking over control of Orion, maybe not completely in response to the White House proposal last year, but certainly after that. So it doesn't seem like it. So it seems like there's at least the possibility, and that Lockheed Martin is willing to take over responsibility for Orion, and obviously the big part of that is the financial responsibility for Orion, and that they view that the spacecraft as being competitive in that market for NASA wanting to fly, I would say at least two, multiple Artemis missions a year to the moon, if not, or certain, more than one, even if one a year is still that initial goal. But we will still have to see the details, exactly how that works. So, I did see those questions about the there was a report of a loud bang in the VAB. I think the context that's important there is there are lots of possible sources of that noise. They didn't want to talk about what those possibilities were, but this was not the first time that we've heard a report of a loud bang in the VAB. So there's no evidence that has to do with the solid rocket boosters or the propellant in the solid rocket boosters. So but yeah, there's just no evidence of that. Whether or not I don't know that they've necessarily. We don't know if they isolated that exactly or not, but I don't know that I would necessarily go down that road and focus purely on that. So. So in terms of launch vehicles, so again, if for Orion alternate launch vehicles, if you're talking about an Earth orbit rendezvous mission for Orion, then that
gives you more flexibility in terms of probably launchers that are capable of doing that. So that might include Falcon Heavy, maybe Vulcan, maybe, and certainly New Glenn as well, and maybe the current version with the 7 first stage engines and the 2 upper stage engines, if not the upgrades that they're looking at doing. A lunar orbit rendezvous might be, if anything, it might be ruled out automatically. It's possible that this vehicle, the SLS vehicle, it was designed to send Orion to the moon in a single launch, and so we don't. The other launchers are designed to be general purpose launchers, not just to launch Orion. And so you would go back to that, probably go back to the Earth orbit rendezvous concept of operations, perhaps just as the default going forward post SLS. The thing is that it's we just have to see what they would decide to do there. So yeah, in terms of, I don't know. So again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what sound a propellant fracture, a solid propellant fracture would make. But it is possible that it does make a sound. But I don't. Again, it's like a sound, a bang does not necessarily equal that, but it doesn't. The opposite's not necessarily true. So if there was a fracture, it could make a sound, but it doesn't mean that the sound that they heard was that. We don't know because, but what I do know is I've heard multiple reports over periods of time of sounds in the VAB, and they just that doesn't necessarily mean. It just doesn't necessarily mean I wouldn't necessarily reach for the solid propellant issue as the first place to go. You would have, again, you would have several sources possibly for that sound, and you would necessarily, you would narrow down which ones you would want to go for in terms of trying to narrow it down. Now, I'm not even sure that they did that. It's possible that in discussing it, they just said, oh, it's just this or that. But this is more of an issue where they just don't want to get into the details on a shift by shift basis. They don't have the communications department to do that, and they have all of these restrictions on disclosure of activities now. So again, we used to be able to see live into the VAB on a minute by minute basis when shuttle was going on. That's no longer the case. So it's just an issue of we aren't allowed to see what's going on on a real-time basis anymore. Now that the vehicle's out of the pad and it's visible, we can see what's going on in real time until it leaves. Increasing the launch cadence it's not. I don't know that reliability is necessarily the critical area. It really is about it's about production cadence, and I think really that's probably the obvious area, is that they have since we're now talking about just the core stage, they have an established process for building the solid rocket boosters. And so, as I've said before, the solid rocket boosters for Artemis III were finished I believe in 2022. That's a long time ago. So they've been ready to fly for at least 3 years. The boosters for Artemis 4 are either done and in storage or they're going to be done very soon. And they were already ready to begin casting the boosters for Artemis 5 last year. They were basically waiting on hold for NASA to give them the sign to go ahead and start that. So, in terms of the core stage, which is the newest element of the vehicle, and so Dave says they're hard down, so that's a good sign that they've got that done relatively quickly. So the alignment went more smoothly, and so I'll still go ahead and plan on continuing the live stream until 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern. But in terms of the production cadence for even the core stage, they've done they have the process, and what they need to do is relatively well established. They've finished 2 stages. What they're having issues with, I guess I would call, so that's the process, and then you have the parts and the labor. And I think that's where there's been more, and then the facilities would probably be another part of that. So they've had issues with the facilities, and you might even chalk that up to some extent to production cadence. They have parts shortages, which slowed production down, and then they've had issues with retaining labor. Because the market is relatively competitive, especially, again, when you have these 2 large organizations like SpaceX and Blue Origin who have been hiring, they've been offering better money for a lot of people to join those companies. And so the talent pool is more diluted for sure in general. And so those are some of the issues that are certainly there. And so those I think are more of bigger issues in terms of increasing deliveries and being in a position to fly more flights versus reliability of those systems. I think you're just talking about, essentially, it is what Jared Isaacman was talking about, which is, it isn't, I don't know that it's necessarily, unless you're talking about the people, it's about, he was talking about, it's sort of a feedback loop. The more shots on goal, the more reps you get in launching a vehicle, the more sort of muscle memory and familiarity you get in doing those, the more efficient you get in doing those. I don't know that that's necessarily a reliability issue in terms of the nuts and bolts. It's maybe sort of a chicken and egg thing, but it is a chicken and egg thing because, again, if you don't, the thing that has not allowed them to fly more often is they don't have the hardware. They are the opposite of hardware rich for these systems. So we're seeing a little bit of this, but we're seeing a little bit of this with everybody. But again, we don't have the again, you can look at Starship. In that case, that's more of they're still doing iterative design, iterative testing, and that is something that they need to do. And so, yeah, the practice makes perfect. They don't have enough hardware to practice more often. And so, for instance, if they wanted to, they have simulators, they have analytical models, they can do simulations, and the launch teams have been doing that. But hands-on, we're still seeing them learning things about the system because this is only the second time they've gone through the process, and that's because they don't have enough. Hardware to do this more often. So the idea is to increase the availability of the hardware, which gives them the ability to practice more often, to improve their efficiency, to improve, and it's also going to give them the more often that they fly the systems, the more operational knowledge they're going to get about the systems from one launch to the other, not just the flight systems, but also the ground systems. So there's definitely sort of a chicken and egg thing to it, but it is one of the hardware availability is a key aspect in that. So so yeah, the if they were to wait until either HLS system or just the Blue Moon system could be refueled on the surface of the moon, SLS would have a long future in front of it. That's probably several years away. I think what we're talking about is we're talking about whether SLS is retired before the end of this decade or maybe a 1 or 2 years into the next decade. I don't think we're going to see in situ refueling of lunar landers until certainly not this decade. It'll probably be somewhere into the next decade. And so I would be surprised given we're seeing Congress getting less warm to SLS as we're now seeing than they have been over the last decade. If they're not willing to invest in long-term SLS, again, maybe we'll see, because again, that's one of the reasons why why I'm asking about the solid rocket booster upgrade, because if we were to use the template, the sort of bare outlines of the template that Mr. Isaacman was talking about, where you fly Artemis 5 by the end of 2028, and then you fly SLS on more or less an annual cadence after that. If there's a maximum of 8 SLS vehicles, the hardware that you have to fly 8, Artemis 5 would be end of 2028, 6 would be 2029, 7, 30, 8, 30, 2031. So that's as far as if you were to play that out, that's as far as SLS can go without a new solid rocket booster. So that's about 5 years, maybe a little bit more than 5 years. That's not very long. I would imagine that this administration just assumes that there will be a commercial replacement well before that time, whether or not they have developed in situ resource utilization to that degree by that time. They don't ISRU is not a requirement to transition to another system. And as I was saying before, the one of the extremes that is an option here would be to retire SLS regardless of whether a replacement is working or not. They've done that in the past to save money, and they could certainly do that again. Just because they want to have no gap or they want to avoid a gap in capabilities doesn't mean that they won't still accept it begrudgingly. So if the Orion design is still based on the Constellation concept, I don't think it did not get to critical design review, but they did most of the preliminary. It was certainly preliminary design review level of a design when Constellation was canceled, and it was originally canceled. That was based around Earth orbit rendezvous, and it was based around Orion making that one big burn, which was the trans-Earth injection burn, at least again using Apollo terminology, from low lunar orbit back to Earth. It has approximately 1,000 meters per second of delta V, and you could use that to make a burn from, again, long term, it would be a polar low lunar orbit, but that would be back to Earth. And it could make that, it does have enough capability to do that. But what that requires is, so again, to back up one step, Orion has the capability to get either into low lunar orbit or get out of low lunar orbit, but not both. So you need something then to get Orion to low lunar orbit. It cannot get into a circular low lunar orbit on its own. But it can get out of that and go home. It's just it can only do one or the other given its current capabilities. In terms of the New Glenn upgrade they're talking about with the 9x4 with the 9-engine first stage and the 4-engine second stage, it's still not clear. Kind of for both Starship and New Glenn, we don't know what their demonstrated performance is going to be. We've seen a lot of projections. And so it's the difference between what's predicted and what the actual performance is. We would need to see that in order to tell whether or not, if I had to guess, I would say if Lockheed Martin wanted to go with New Glenn, we would see that decision occur before we knew what the actual performance is of that launcher. And so we would have to just infer from that commitment that New Glenn can support whatever type of lunar concept of operations, lunar landing concept of operations was going to be used going forward once you move Orion to a different launcher. But I don't. So that's the thing. So I don't know whether whether that would have the capability to match the performance of this vehicle. But again, the difference between this or even Falcon Heavy, which neither of them at this point have demonstrated the lift capability of this system, but both of them have significantly higher availability of hardware to launch vehicles. And so I think that's probably what they're going to do is they would rather go with an Earth orbit rendezvous architecture that they can fly 2 or more times a year and fly 2 or more Artemis lunar landing missions a year than a system that you can send Orion to the moon in a single launch, but you can only do it at a much lower flight rate than that. I mean, that really has been, again, the two big issues, as with any government program, are cost and schedule. And so that's, again, the one of the differences between private development and government development is that private programs have the latitude to more heavily invest upfront in developing a system and optimizing it for their business case, and government has that opportunity but rarely takes it. They tend to pay for the system, and then the design falls out of how much money they're willing to provide at the time. And so the only time that they ever sort of by accident invested a tremendous amount of money was Apollo. And I think, again, that is, considering we're 60 years removed from that, and certainly from peak funding for that is the exception that proves the rule. I don't think we're ever going to see government spend that level, or certainly the U.S. government spend that much money on a public space program. Private, military, maybe, but not something like this. And so since we have companies that are willing to invest that level of financial commitment, a much larger financial commitment than the government is making. The government is happy enough to stand out of the way and not pay. Since they don't have to pay for it, they're happy to rent those services once they're available. So under the new plan, the point of this mission is it's a precursor to landing the next people on the moon, and that those people be Americans. This is still as has been stated, even though there are systems that have the promise to be cheaper and faster than this system, they're not ready yet. And so this is still the only option that's available to fly a crew-rated spacecraft to the moon and to transport astronauts to the moon is Orion, and SLS is the only launch vehicle right now that is ready to fly Orion to the moon. Even if it turns out that it drops Orion off in Earth orbit, there's no launcher that is currently certified to launch Orion even to low Earth orbit. So the reason that they're going to continue with this is because the administration has committed to the goal of trying to make that next lunar landing by the end of this term, which is now less and less, much less than 3 years from today. And so again, I'll just play that out a little bit. So you need Orion, so you need to be able to launch Orion. You need to demonstrate that Orion is a certified crew-rated vehicle. This is the crew demonstration of Orion, is Artemis II. And then once they fly this, Orion will be ready to fly to the moon. It's just that the lunar landers won't be ready until probably either the end of 2027 and this is still probably aspirational anyway, but the lunar landers aren't going to be ready to go to the moon until 2028. And so that's why we have this schedule that we have, which is now to fly 4 Artemis missions in less than 3 years, and 3 Artemis missions in less than 2 years, or maybe not less than 2 years, but 2 years. But still, they want to have, by this time in 2028, Artemis 4 should have already launched to the moon, if not been completely finished by now, because they're targeting early 2028 for that mission, Artemis 4. So we don't know what... I'm not sure we know what lunar orbit they're going to target for Artemis 4. They weren't willing to talk about the trade space for Artemis 3 to any degree when they originally announced this. We'll just have to wait and see when they're willing to talk about those types of things. If they were to use SLS to send Orion to the moon, that probably rules out low lunar orbit, because Centaur does not have the performance to fly anything besides Orion, and so that you're still leaving Orion with its own delta, its own performance capabilities, and it does not. Again, as we were just saying, it has the ability to go into low lunar orbit, or to come out of low lunar orbit, but not both. And you need both of those in order to accomplish the entire objectives of the mission, which includes returning everybody safely to Earth. So the only way to make a low lunar orbit staging orbit possible would be to employ another spacecraft to do that. Centaur 5 is not rated. I don't know if it has the performance to do that, either in either the endurance to last for the lunar transit time to operate for more than 3 or 4 days, or the performance to do a full lunar orbit insertion burn, if it did have the endurance to do that at this point. So they could do, again, they were talking about that elliptical polar orbit, which would be, I think they were talking about something that had a apoapsis or an apolune of about 4,500 kilometers, and the perilune periapsis of 100 kilometers around the moon. That Orion with the ICPS could make that, and I would assume with Centaur could also make that orbit. They could do that, but then that orbit, it's unclear what length of surface stay you get with that orbit. I think there are still other questions about how long of a surface stay you would need. If you're using the gateway orbit, then by definition, you need to be able to sustain the crew on the surface for almost a week, because it takes a week for them to come around and be in a position to lift off and re-rendezvous with Orion. In a low lunar orbit, you have that abort capability pretty much every orbit, so every couple of hours or so, or certainly on a much more frequent basis than every 6.5 days. So I think the architecture that they will go with for Artemis IV for that first lunar landing is going to be based more on what the lunar landers are capable of doing at this point in their development versus Orion. If the lunar landers require low lunar orbit, then you're going to probably be looking at some kind of option like they're talking about with Starship. But it also probably requires refueling. I think you will see, but if the way to extend this rumored concept for Blue Moon, I suppose, would be to to launch an additional transfer stage. But it's also possible that they can handle the that they can do it some other way. But I guess really it's probably the better way to state it is it's unclear whether this multiple launch concept that's rumored for the Blue Moon Artemis IV proposal is capable of supporting Earth orbit rendezvous with Orion. It's possible that architecture would require going to either the gateway orbit or to this elliptical polar orbit, and more generically lunar orbit rendezvous. But again, since NASA has not articulated or explained or detailed the Blue proposal, and supposedly they received those by the end of last year. That's according to the Office of Inspector General. We have not heard of the details of those as of yet. And so, and again, the report yesterday, again, was leaked through the media, so to speak. So let's see. So Dave, let's see, what time did Dave report? So Dave was saying there was a somewhere around hard down around about 20 minutes, 25 minutes ago. Let's see if let me go check and see if NASA has posted anything yet. But that's, again, as he mentioned in chat there, that's one of those first steps, is to do a power transfer from the mobile, from the crawler to the launch pad, to the shore power, basically. But let's see if NASA has. Okay, but let's. Okay, so they did say 11. Okay, so I don't know whether Dave took that from. Doesn't really matter, but it did say that they called it at 11:21 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm assuming that was the hard down milestone. So the whole operation, again, they're not completely done, but the actual roll itself took just about 11 hours with, again, with a few stops to deal with maintenance issues. Let's see if there's anything else. There's a nice picture. I'm sure there are several pictures now up on the images.nasa.gov website. I'll have to go check those out later. But yeah, so they did report that coincident with. It looks like Dave already had that before they issued that report. So the So, talking about some of these old designs, Apollo was canceled after Apollo 11. It wasn't immediately canceled after Apollo 11, but they had already started taking steps to terminate Saturn V production. There's at least infamous, or, well, that's not a good way of putting it. It's a relatively well-known document talking about terminating long lead production of Saturn V in early August of 1968. And so they only ever built 15 of those launch vehicles, and they only launched 13 of them. So but the reason that it was canceled is because it was too expensive to sustain. So Apollo itself, due to its costs, was unsustainable. Certainly before they landed on the moon, they were talking about spending money elsewhere, and so any type of launcher that is going to be more capable than this one is going to require more. Is going to need to be sort of more purposely designed to different goals, and because government cost is probably the most important variable. Unless you're talking about, again, this is again non-defense discretionary funding. Defense is more, again, national defense is a priority for the government. This is not as much of a priority. It's, again, in that very narrow pie wedge, and so they're just not willing to spend. They weren't willing to spend the money to sustain Saturn V or Apollo, and that was a much more expensive system to sustain than this one. So whoever is going to come up with a replacement is going to have to do it on their own. And now we're seeing SpaceX is doing that. We're seeing Blue Origin is doing at least something that can compete in that space. And of course, those are both based on orbit refueling, as opposed to a single rocket that launches everything. The idea is that you want a system that has a high launch cadence to reduce those costs, and then you achieve the same level of performance using refueling. It's just that technology is not completely mature at this point. So yeah, again, the space shuttle, the thing is that the space shuttle did not have the ability to, the space shuttle was advertised when the design was essentially finalized, they were talking about the capability to launch approximately 30 metric tons to low Earth orbit, somewhere in that ballpark. And you can see again, we see commercial launchers can do significantly better than that. And then again with refueling, you can launch them in multiple. You can launch them in chunks. The thing is, the shuttle was orbiting the orbiter itself far outweighed the payload. So the orbiter was on the order of 100 metric tons on its own, and the payload was, again, they never achieved, I think, the 30 metric tons. They were launching more in the sort of 18 metric tons. Maybe they got up a little bit higher than that. Well, that was 18 metric tons was to the space station orbit. But that again was the thing about shuttle, is because you had so much overhead for the launch, it was designed to be a rapid launch system where you're launching things in the 20 to 30 metric ton size. It only works if you fly on a high cadence, and you have the ability to put things together in orbit, like the space station. And so again, we're again looking back at history. That's the thing, is they didn't want to. That's why Apollo was unsustainable. Is even at a lower rate, they cut things down to 2 launches a year, which is obviously still more than what we're looking at here right now. But they were unwilling to sustain that. And again, one of those things that's not self-evident when you look at these rockets is how much, what margin of safety they have. You can't see it until you maybe a better way of putting it is you don't want to see self-evident margin of safety, because it's usually tragic. But there were some elements of Apollo that had, whereas we're talking about like a 40% factor of safety, so 1.4 factor of safety for a lot of the different subsystems like structures for these systems, there were some cases where Apollo was more like 1.05 factor of safety in some areas. And so I don't think they would be willing to take that much risk today. And they are capable with the systems of today, or will be capable relatively soon, to launch systems that have that higher factor of safety than they did for Apollo. So there were a number of reasons why motivations for them to transition to the promise of shuttle. Because again, when they canceled Apollo in the early 70s for good, shuttle was promising the ability to fly twice a week, 100 times a year, that kind of thing. So it was supposed to be affordable. It was supposed to pay for itself. Apollo could not do that. And so even at that lower flight rate, yeah, they could have flown the 14th and 15th Saturn V vehicles. And you see that hardware, a lot of that hardware in either at the Kennedy Space Center or at the Johnson Space Center, or there's some pieces like, for instance, I think the 15th S1C is now at Stennis. But so they built the hardware and they had it, but they weren't even willing to spend the money to fly those missions, either Apollo 18 or Apollo 19, and they'd already set aside the 20th, the 15th, or one of those Saturn V's for the Skylab, the dry space station, so to speak. So that's the thing. Again, so now what's one of the things that's changed now is that industry is much more mature. Industry has the capability of launching super heavy lift vehicles. And so the government doesn't have to necessarily spend their money on it. And so now we're seeing, I think, certainly signs that the legislative branch is ready or is willing to make that leap finally. The president's the executive branch has been willing to do that for 15 years and change, beginning with President Obama. That's the first administration that was willing to do that. So the question about are they going to use ICPS on Artemis III is still an open question. I don't think we've heard. There's multiple questions there, because there's do they need ICPS, or do they, which they probably don't for a low Earth orbit mission, but do they need to? Is there a way for them to fly the mission without an upper stage? Is another question, or maybe a better way of putting it is, do they want to reserve that ICPS for another mission? So if they're not going to fly it on Artemis III, what are they going to do with it? That's maybe a better way of putting it broadly. Are they just going to dispose of it on the ground? Are they going to fly it and essentially dispose of it unused in orbit, or something else? And so that's still a question. We don't know what they're going to do, and I'd say if they knew for sure that Centaur 5 was definitely going to be ready, and that Mobile Launcher 1 could be modified and be ready to fly in early 2028 for Artemis 4, they would probably lean towards just using that third unit and flying it and just disposing of it as a part of the Artemis 3 mission. And if they don't, then the question is whether they really want to maintain that option or not. And we haven't heard what they're thinking about that at this point. The reason that there's the discussion about essentially, a boilerplate mass simulator, mass properties simulator, using that in place of a working stage, is because that was something that Eric Berger had reported over 2 years ago that they were considering at the time. And so it isn't necessarily something that I don't know that he came up with the idea, and I certainly didn't come up with the idea. He, I think, was reporting that is something that NASA was talking about internally, but it is also something that they've been unwilling to talk about in public. Because I asked about it in 2024, and they just were not willing to, for probably for also political reasons. And so you have the flip side of the politics back then, where they had a commitment to exploration upper stage. They didn't want to buy additional ICPS units. They probably still had the option to do that until maybe as late as 2 years ago, but certainly 3 years ago they could have bought more units. Or again, I've also seen people saying they should have switched to Centaur 5 3 years ago or 4 years ago. But we are where we are. They didn't choose to do that until the last several weeks. So yeah, that's the thing, for the folks that are still advocating for Apollo, it's the cost. So if Apollo remained, then you're talking about 50 years of, you're talking about something, a similar level of cost, if not a higher level of cost for this entire period. So it probably would have cost more to fly Apollo twice a year for the last 50 years than even to fly shuttle during that period of time. And that's the thing. It isn't a question of whether they could have done it. They could have upgraded it even and invested in upgrading it, making it more reliable. The Saturn V only launched 13 times, if I recall correctly. And so again, if you look at, for instance, Shuttle didn't fail until the 25th launch. Even if they had those latent issues in the system, there were still issues within the Apollo system, and they almost lost a crew in flight on Apollo 13, and that would have been I think the sixth or something like that crewed mission of that system overall. So, again, they would have had to invest in upgrades to make it more reliable and more cost effective. But again, that's the point. It wasn't that they couldn't have flown Apollo indefinitely. It's they didn't want to spend the money to do it. It was too expensive for their taste. And so we're seeing a similar thing and different with mixed in with other issues with the other stuff. So yeah. And so that you have the same thing for any of these other non-military discretionary government programs. It isn't the government spends more money on other programs, but I think the argument for those other programs and other departments is those are a higher priority for a broader amount of the population than NASA is. And so they're looking for these off-ramps to allow commercial providers to take over the responsibilities of operating those systems, and then government doesn't have to pay for them. And that's, again, it comes back to government wasn't willing to pay for Apollo to continue because of the cost, not necessarily because of a feasibility issue. But again, one of the issues that complicated Shuttle was that you had these two disasters and tragedies, and if they'd flown Apollo enough, you're probably likely to have seen them lose a crew at some point. And that was those two tragedies, those two disasters, changed Shuttle. The first one redefined what Shuttle was. It was going to be an all-purpose launcher. It became it went back to being the experimental vehicle it was. And then the second one ended the program. And so that's, you wonder if they had a couple of accidents within that time period, how long Apollo would have lasted if you throw that into the mix too. So it's it's not as simple as we can do it. It's how much does it cost to do it? How important is it for the country to do it? So. And so that's again, and so again, in terms of this three participant race between the full Chinese lunar architecture with the lunar lander and then the two commercial lunar lander providers, it's not clear that any of them is going to be ready by the end of the decade. So it's possible that all three of them are still working towards their first lunar landing as the decade ends. We don't know that Blue Moon is necessarily. We certainly don't know if it's ahead of Starship. I'm not sure that's the case. We don't know who's ahead because all three of them are secret programs, and so it doesn't. What would you call it? This is sort of an example of the grass is not greener unless you can actually see it. We don't know, and so the fact that we don't know does not mean it's ahead. So we don't know who is ahead at this point because we don't have any information about any detailed information about how those are doing, and so you can point to all three of them and say, so the Chinese, we have not seen their launcher. We have not seen their launcher demonstrate lunar capability yet. It hasn't even flown it has not even flown a full launch to Earth orbit yet. Starship has to demonstrate its propellant. First, its on-orbit endurance, propellant transfer demonstration, and then uncrewed landing. And then with Blue Moon, we're not sure when that first Mark 1 Pathfinder mission is going to fly at this point. The last we'd heard was in Eric Berger's most recent article, and what he was reporting was they're looking at something more like middle of this year for that lander to fly. And again, for comparison purposes, 3 years ago when Blue Origin won the Appendix P competition for the second lunar lander architecture, they were talking about these Pathfinder missions for the Mark 1 cargo lander in 2024 and 2025. So everybody is behind their original schedules, and it's not just the lunar landers, it's everybody. So it isn't. So that, yeah, again, I have not seen we have not seen enough evidence to say one or the other is. It really is just about whether you believe in the technology and the schedules that they're talking about. But there just is no definitive evidence about Blue Moon's schedule either. So we'll just have to see. In theory, so if you don't do a refueling architecture, you still need a relatively high launch cadence. And so they have not demonstrated. It's hard to project New Glenn's launch cadence out into the future. They've only flown twice. Twice a year is a higher cadence than we're seeing with SLS, but they have to demonstrate. They will have to fly 4 launches in a relatively short period of time in order to do the lunar landing, and 3 launches within a relatively short period of time for the uncrewed demo. And we don't have enough information to project that launch rate into 2027 or 2028. So, so that's the thing is, so it's again, that logic of if depending on who you're rooting for, if you say Starship can't do it, that doesn't necessarily mean that China can do it or Blue Moon can do it. It just means that you believe Starship can't do it. That's that grass is greener thing. So if you believe Starship can't do it, or if you believe China can't do it, that doesn't mean that the others can. We still need evidence for the others to make that assessment. And right now we don't have the information in public anyway. The obviously internally they do. So now that the vehicle's hard down at the pad, the rollout has been completed officially anyway. They still have a lot of work to do to start into the pad validations, and the crawler is going to eventually roll off the pad surface and down outside the pad gate. And so we'll be watching for additional updates from NASA. I'm imagining, considering it's Friday, we probably aren't going to get another update until next week. But we'll be following the progress of that, and I'm planning on coming back on Sunday to do a sort of a weekly wrap up and then take questions again after that. But I think for now I'm going to go ahead and sign off now that the vehicle is back at the pad, and we'll figure out about the when the next live stream is after the one on Sunday. So this time next week, I'll probably be, assuming that things are still on schedule, I'll probably be getting ready to head to Florida for the final pre-launch. Hopefully opportunities to talk to the different program elements, and then eventually I'm going to head to Houston for the mission itself. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here, and hopefully I'll see many of you on Sunday for that live stream, and then hopefully I'll see more of you hopefully in less than 2 weeks for the Artemis II mission finally.